Welcome, folks, to the final day of the Star Sailing League Championship, a new competition with a new format for some of the best sailors in the world. We're in the beautiful Bahamas in Nassau, and over the past 3 days, 18 teams, 36 sailors from around the world have been battling through 9 races to make the top 10 cut for the final 3 races all today. This is where it gets crunchy, and this is where the Star Sailors themselves have come up with a dynamic racing format, because after the first race today, the quarter-final, only 7 teams will go through to the semis, and after the semis, only 4 teams will go through to the showdown final of the Star Sailors League. Now, when we say the best sailors in the world, well, they don't come much better than Robert Scheid with 5 Olympic medals, 2 golds, 2 silvers and a bronze. He's sailing with his powerhouse crew, Bruno Prada, and these guys are absolutely on fire. Now, if we can have a look at the leaderboard and go through some of the names who have made that top 10 medal cut. Robert Scheid, Bruno Prada, first overall, and their string of 4 bullets. Their 4th place in race 2 was their worst result, so these guys are going to be very, very hard to beat. Second place overall at the moment is Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Farty, also sailing perfectly and consistently well. Then Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi, the Italians. They're valuing this championship extremely highly. They're here to win it, as is Xavier Rohart and Pierre-Alexis Ponceau from France. And then Eivind Melleby and Mark Struby from the States. These guys want to win too. 2 German teams in the top 10, Robert Standjek and Fritjof Kleen, as they're up there in 6th place overall. Maciej Kazmierewicz and Dominik Zicki from Poland, and then Johannes Polgar and Markus Koy from Germany, with the Americans Augie Diaz and John von Schwartz in 9th, and Michael Hestbeck with Klaus Olesson placed 10th overall. Now, the overall rankings means nothing, because on this final day there is a clean sheet. Whoever gets into that top 7 in this next race coming up in just under 8 minutes will go through to the semi-finals. I'm here in the studio with Dennis Connor, which is a great pleasure, and we also have Austin Sperry. We'll come to these guys in a minute, but yesterday we had a couple of absolutely cracking races, and we're going to show those video highlights now.
Welcome to the crunch day of qualifications at the finals of the Star Sailors League in the Bahamas, with just 2 races to decide the top 10 teams who will advance to finals day. A crucial day to get everything right around the track, with intense battles ahead and leaderboard opportunities still wide open. Denmark's Olympians Hestbeck and Olesson had an exceptional performance today, and despite starting their day in an unlucky for some 13th place, fought hard and dug deep, utilising every bit of skill to turn their game around and knock out their best day so far. Posting a 6th and 2nd place finishes was just enough to advance the pair through to the finals in 10th place, with a 5-point margin over the next team.
We sailed well today. We had better downwind speed, especially in the last race. We changed some things, tried to sail a bit more aggressive, a bit more fin-dinky style. It seems to work. But there's a fine balance, because if it gets too light, you can't be too aggressive, because you got the whole sail flocking, but we just had enough wind for that technique.
The well-known USA team of Diaz and von Schwartz found themselves in a tight spot going into the day, positioned in 9th overall and with many other teams flirting with their place on the leaderboard. They had to be careful and ensure consistent results inside the top 10 to guarantee a place in the finals. Intensely competitive, the pair delivered exactly what was asked. 9th and 10th place finishes to hold on to their 9th on the leaderboard and have every opportunity tomorrow to make a punt for the title. Smiles for some, disappointment for others who came close but just couldn't make it through to the top 10 who advanced the Star Sailors League final. The young Kiwi laser talent, Andy Maloney, with Canadian crew Tyler Bjorn, hadn't ever sailed in the Star before and came here as a rank outsider. The pair had started their assault well and were up inside the top 10, but a 15th place in the 2nd race tumbled them out of contention to end their campaign only 5 points off 10th place. Great Britain's Ed Wright, who has finished on the podium at the last 4 Finn Gold Cups, racing with Norway's Peter Pedersen, looked as though they may make the cut. But a 12th in the final qualification race also shattered their chances. Scheid and Prada won both races today to hold firm at the top of the leaderboard and have easily proven their form. In second are Mendelblatt and Fati, and third are Negri and Labatengi. But the results will not count. It is all about coping with the pressure and delivering the results tomorrow. Do not miss the action tomorrow, where the scoreboard starts again with a 3-race format.
Well, stunning stuff yesterday here in Nassau in the Bahamas, and a stunning result by Michael Hesbeck and Klaus Ollesen, who raced their way into that top 10 with a 6th place and a 2nd place. So fantastic sailing by these guys. In Nassau Yacht Club, I'm sitting next to Chris, our Vision Mexer, and the guys from Virtual Eye, John and Bridie, and right next to me I have none other than Dennis Connor, 4 times America's Cup winner, and we're looking at some champagne sailing conditions. Dennis, we've got about 4 minutes to the race start, and an interesting format of competition.
Digby, right now they're thinking about getting up on the line, which end of the line to start on, and the strategy involved going into these final 3 races. In a big fleet, it's important to be up on the line and get a good start. Come and tack up right under your competition, slow them down, back your main, put them onto the port tack. But in a race like this, it's more important. Get up on the line in a clear spot, fast at the start, hike like heck, and be able to tack back on the port, but not necessarily critical to be within an inch of the line, because a mistake like over the line early in this fleet, you start behind, everybody's going pretty much the same speed. In Nassau, the wind doesn't shift too much here. Hard to know if the left or right is better, and everybody's going to get to that weather mark within about 30 seconds of each other. So if you're behind, very, 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 very difficult to catch up, unless you're Robert Scheid and you can pass everybody downwind.
Well, Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada totally on fire today. 4 race wins in 9 races, and their worst result a 4th. So they're going to be a hard act to beat. But Robert was very straightforward. It's a fresh sheet. Their results so far mean nothing. All these guys here, all 10 crews, are battling to get into that top 7. Interesting format of racing. We're going to fly out onto the water. We have our on-the-water commentator, Mr. Loué Habib, none other. Loué, tell us a little bit about conditions and wind, and what can you see out there?
Good morning, Digby. First off, I've got 2 Olympians with me here today. I've got Tyler Bourne, who was the Canada entry for the Star in the last Olympics. And also we've got PJ Postma from Holland, who was in the Finn in the last Olympics. These guys have been telling me it's looking like about 14 knots will be the gradient breeze. It's been flicking up to about 16, and we've got a bit more sea state. And just a few minutes before the start, Digby, I'm going to put Tyler on, and he's going to tell us about how the crew's going to be working today. Tyler, if you could tell Digby about that role, please.
Oh yeah, today's going to be an awesome day for the crews. They're going to have to work real hard with the way the waves are forming. They've got some pretty big ones out there, steep. So hiking hard and actually using your weight to get the bow down through the waves is going to be critical, especially off the start to keep the speed up. Like Dennis said, you make one little mistake and get behind. It could be tough to catch up.
Okay, Digby. Well, we're waiting for the start here, and I tell you what, I'm pretty nervous. I don't know about the rest of these guys out here. You can really feel the tension. One thing to point out: the Norwegian American team of Benamy and Struve, they've got a problem with their jib. They've only just got the jib up, and as Tyler's pointed out, unless that jib's 100% in this sort of competition, they're going to have a huge handicap. So. We've got 1 minute to the start, Digby, and we're going into it now. Do you want me to carry on?
Thanks, Loué. Just about 45 seconds to go, and a bunch of boats on the starboard side, committee side. We had quite a few general recalls yesterday. It'd be quite interesting to see how that shapes up. Louis, talk us through the start.
Well, we're up at the committee boat end, which is definitely favoured. Talking to PJ a bit earlier on, he likes the committee boat end for the sea stake and also for the ship. Probably the punchiest at the moment has got to be Meadowblack and Fatty. They're definitely the lead boat there with the Italians tucked in behind him. And we've got the Brazilians in third spot. There we go, they're on. It looked like a pretty good start up there from Meadowblack, but he's on the left-hand side. The PJ said he liked the right. Over here on the right, we've got the German pair of Polgar and Coy. They've definitely hit right, and the rest of the fleet are all on starboard tack. But PJ was telling me earlier, starboard tack earlier, it looked like the right way to go. But I'm actually going to put PJ on, and he's going to talk us through the first bit of this start.
Yeah, here we are in the first part of the beat. Most of the boats on starboard and 2 boats here on port. Now tacking 3 boats, and it's very close racing here. The Danish are tacking now, going to the middle, and looks everybody's still in the race. Everybody's close, and the wind now slowly shifts to the right. So yeah, a lot of racing. I mean, we see here the people, their faces, their fears, they're fighting, and yeah, looks nice. I wish I was in the race, but it's awesome to watch. Now, most of the boats have tacked off to port, and
why they tack, PJ? Why?
They tack. We got a little gust here on the right-hand side now of the fleet, so you see the boat fighting and heeling away, and this gust here on the right-hand side looks well. The Danish, they are in the core center of this gust. They have the gust the best, and they probably have great speed here, and they look to make have a good overview of the fleet and a strong position. So now we have here 6 boats on the right, on port, and 4 boats on the left. Looks well, yeah.
PJ, fantastic stuff. Thank you very much. Back in the studio with Dennis Connor. Dennis, what are you seeing on Virtual Eye here?
Well, Digby, it looked like the leader's going left, so the hot guys are going to stick together, but the right to me looks a little bit better. And with a split fleet like this, could be a bigger difference at the very first mark. So right now, if you're a little slow and you're really going for the money, split with the leaders, hit the right, and come around that mark with a minute lead, which you're going to need to hold off the fast guys downwind.
It's quite interesting to see the top 3 overall from the fleet races heading left up the beat. Mendelblatt and Fatih, Negri and Lambertenghi, Scheid and Prada. Those have been the best performers during the week, and they're all heading left up the course. But Virtual Eye is giving us a favoured right-hand side at the moment, and leading this race is Polgar and Coy. Far right, they have a 14-metre lead over Hestbeck and Olesen. That is what the mathematics is telling us, but of course things are very different out on the water. Scheid just tacked over there onto port with Kuznirevits and Zitsky, and it's interesting to see Diaz and von Schwartz playing a sort of conservative game in the middle. Dennis, left and right, it's very hard for us in the studio to judge that. I think the course is very even. The sailors are saying it's a very evenly set course.
It is. There's not much current to worry about either here. And once you get behind, hard to catch up because there's not much difference in the boat speed, and they can't count on a shift. So a bit of luck off the starting line, and right now it looks like the right-hand side has been good, which a little unusual. Often the left-hand side has been better the first few races. But today the right's going to pay.
Okay, well, I wonder if we can head back out onto the water and catch up with Louis Habib. Louis out there, he's got Tyler Bjorn and PJ Postma, both Olympic sailors who didn't make the top 10 cut, and they're helping commentate in the studio. Also, we have Austin Sperry, and right behind me, Paul Kayard, watching very closely on Virtual Eye. But Louis, what can you see? Okay, well, we'll redial and reconnect with Lue in a second. But back in the studio, we're looking at Virtual Eye, this very powerful tool from the New Zealanders, and it's giving us some interesting statistics. Polgar and Coy leading out onto the right. This could be a stellar moment for the Germans. They've raced extremely consistently throughout. They're 8th overall, and they're getting better and better. So the Germans at the moment looking favoured on the right-hand side, Dennis.
The lefts are coming a little better now as it works out. The course is pretty darn even, and the boat speed's going to matter. So it's going to be very close at the first mark.
So let's see if we can dial up Lue again. Lue, can you hear us?
Hearing you loud and clear, Digby.
So Lue, Virtual Eye is telling us that Polgar and Coy are leading this, and the right hand is looking very good, and we're going to see if the left will pay a bit later. But we know that you're out there on the right-hand side of the course with your two Olympic sailors. What are these guys saying?
Well, before the start, I asked PJ and Tyler which way they go, and they said they'd go right. But interestingly, PJ added to that, it's not about hitting a ley line as far as he's concerned. It's about when that shift comes in, taking the whole of the shift, taking the whole of that gust, and then tacking on the shift. So once you get that header, take that extra bit of breeze, and then get on to the other tack so you're being lifted. So PJ's saying it's all about playing the gust, and as he pointed out, the Danish team has got right into the centre of that gust. But as you say, Virtual Eye has got the German team of Polgar and Coy, who just tacked over. So we're about to find out if Virtual Eye is right. The Germans have just tacked over onto starboard, and they do look like they're going to cross the fleet. Yeah, that's pretty good. So far, they've got a good angle, and he's got a big cruise. Looks like he's actually doing a little more hiking than just sitting over the side. So that's impressive as well. And it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Back to you in the studio, Dick.
Thanks a million, Lue. Much appreciated. And thanks, Tyler and PJ, for your input out there on the water. We're looking at Virtual Eye. We're looking at Polgar and Coy. They're about to cross the French guys, Rohart and Ponceau, we think. Not much in it. Looking at some VMGs here. About 4.5 to 5 knots of VMG. Velocity made good. Their speed towards that top mark. And 5.6, 5.7 marks actual boat speed. So quite interesting. A bit of crunchy moment in this race, Dennis, as Polgar and Coy cross that fleet. And of course, everybody wants to get into the top 7 for this race, and that first mark rounding is going to be absolutely critical.
I think the leaders saw the lead diminishing a little bit, so they decided to tack over and cash in their chips, try to tack back in front of the fleet. So whether they make it across or not, it'll take a couple minutes to tell.
Well, a cracking moment, a crunchy moment in this race, the quarter-final of the Star Sailors League. There's some decent prize money at stake here, 40,000 for the top prize, 30 for second, 25 for third, and we'll have a big showdown final after the semis with just 4 boats on that start line, and I think that's going to be quite interesting to see how that pans out, what kind of strategies and tactics will come into play there. So Polgar and Coy still leading this fleet, going up the beat, and it's looking like Scheid and Prada out on the left beginning to come good. These guys from Brazil have shown a clean pair of heels to most of the fleet for this entire regatta, and they're going to be a hard act to beat. So a very, very crunchy moment, 3/4 of the way up to the top mark. Kuznirovic looks like he's in the mix, and Staniek and Clean with Melleby and Strube, Mendelblatt and Farty all jostling around. The danger, I think, is for Diaz and von Schwartz. At the moment, Negri and Lambertenghi, these guys have trained extremely hard for this regatta, and they're taking this as seriously as possible, and they want to be in there in that top 7 and then that top 4. So let's look at Scheid and Prada. It's not going to be long before they tack over onto port, and then we'll see how the left and the right game has played out. But Scheid and Prada, Mendelblatt and Farty have been the guys to watch through this regatta. They've been sailing consistently.
Digby, it looks like the guys on the left had to capitulate, tack underneath. They weren't crossing. They didn't like what they were seeing, a bit behind, so now they're going to count on a little luck to get back in it. Sometimes the top left has been pretty good coming into the mark, so they're counting on that. But right now the wind's oscillating back to the right, and they're in trouble. I wouldn't want my money on Augie Diaz at this point.
Okay, Augie Diaz in trouble from Miami. The 59-year-old sailor is absolutely stoked to be in the top 10 here and just totally thrilled to be taking part in this competition. So we can see the big bird's eye view from Virtual Eye, just over 800 meters to that top mark rounding, and then we'll get an absolutely definitive lineup of who's first and the order of things. But remember, all these guys, well, I say all they have to do, but they're aiming to get into that top 7. Everyone in the top 7 will then go through, and the worst 3, the bottom 3, are going to lose out. So I'm excited. I'm quite nervous here, Dennis, I have to tell you. And let's go back out onto the water and let's see what Loué, with his posse of Olympic sailors. Loué, what can you see?
Well, hi there, Digby. Yeah, just having a good chat with PJ, and he reckons a little while back we had a left shift favouring the left-hand side, and he thinks everyone's in favour of starboard tack except for Diaz, who was out of shift. But I think it's going to be a fantastic top mark this. But basically, what PJ's pointing out is that the left starting to play a little bit back there. But we'll have to wait and see. Who you got, Digby, on Virtual Eye leading this fleet at the moment?
Well, Loué, Virtual Eye is telling us that Polgar and Coy over on the right-hand side are leading 14 metres ahead of Mellerby and Strube, with Staniek and Clean 14 metres behind them. So at the moment, Virtual Eye is telling us that the right-hand side of the course has paid off, and Dennis here is telling us that Scheid and Prada, Mendelblatt and Fati are in trouble. And the danger, of course, is the bottom 3, Loué. Always remember the bottom 3. These guys are fighting for survival, and Diaz and von Schwartz are not in such a great position as we speak.
Sorry, Digby. We're having a massive conversation here, I must say, about it's an absolute masterclass I'm getting here from Tyler and PJ. But yeah, we can confirm that. Polgar and Coy, they're definitely crossing the rest of the fleet at the moment with a first attack, as Tyler's just pointed out to me. We're just going to head up to the weather mark now, and PJ and Tyler are going to have their eyes peeled, and hopefully straight after that we can give another masterclass out. But over to you, Digby, with about, 300 metres to go to the top mark.
Thanks, Loué. Much appreciated. We'll come back to you for the mark rounding. But on Virtual Eye, it's telling us that Polgar and Coy are leading this fleet. They're on starboard tack, heading out into the middle. A couple more tacks for them to round the mark, and looking good for them. Dennis Conner in the studio with us. A great honour to have the 4 times America's Cup winner, fantastic star sailor, star world champion, and Dennis looking good for the Germans right now in the middle.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, and hopefully there's no fouls at the mark, because when they're pressing this hard for the money, they're not allowed to break the rules, and so the judges will have to be on their toes as they come up there and tack inside that 3-boat ring circle, and hopefully don't have a problem.
Well, quite interesting to see in 10th place, Diaz and von Schwartz. They're struggling at the moment, and they're in their own playing their own game, but you never know. Never count Augie Diaz out. And 9th position at the moment, Negri and Lambertenghi, and they're not going to be too pleased with that, as are Hesbeck and Ollison. So boats just approaching the top mark, not far. A 5-metre lead for Polgar and Coy, and Mellerby and Strube in second place, with Rohar and Ponceau in third place at the moment. Another German team, Staniek and Clean, doing extremely well, as are the Poles, Kuznierovic and Zitsky, and Scheid and Prada, as always, in the mix. Can never discount Scheid and Prada, and they just want to make that top 7, but it's not all going their way at the moment, Dennis.
Digby, they don't have to push too hard, because the total score doesn't really matter, as we know. Just have to get through to the next round. So you have to have the big picture in mind here, and I'm sure they're quite comfortable there in the top 5, and we know they'll go fast downwind, so they're going to get through.
Well, they do seem to have another gear going downwind. It's quite extraordinary how fast they're going downwind on these courses, and that's where they're taking most of the scalps, I think, in this regatta. So it's getting interesting here as Polgar and Coy are crossing the fleet, and some very close crosses here just below the top mark. Melleby and Strube looks like they're just going to duck behind Polgar and Coy. Incredibly close, just 4 meters in it, and the Germans on port tack. Oh no, they've had to tack, and they've lee bow tack to Melleby and Strube. So Melleby and Strube doing fantastically well. I think that's going to see them take the lead. So Melleby and Strube in the lead, tacking over now onto port, and Polgar and Coy are going to get in a little bit of trouble, I think, at this top mark.
We'll have to wait and see if that was a foul. It looked like they tacked too close to me, but we'll see what the judges say.
Well, Louis out on the water, keep your eyes peeled for any penalties and whistles. We'll come to you in just a moment. The boat's heading over towards that starboard ley line. We can see the green Brazilian flag of Scheid and Prada in the middle of that little bunch, just playing conservatively, but it's getting crunchy around the starboard ley line here. And as you say, Dennis, nobody wants any penalties here. That is going to be an absolutely disaster for anybody. But a 2 meter lead now for Melleby and Strube as they aim towards that starboard ley line, coming in towards that mark. We'll just stay with Virtual Eye for just a second before we head out to Louis Habib. Polgar and Coy getting a bit of clean space there. I think they're going to be absolutely fine going around this mark. And looks like Melleby and Strube are going to be tacking. Oh, and look at that bunch of boats steaming in down towards them. This is going to be so tight to round this mark, Dennis.
Digby, they've overstood a little bit in trying to keep their clear air, so the guys on the left going to be able to come in and tack underneath and take a small lead. But as predicted, they're all going to go around this mark here in 25 seconds. And now it's going to be the faithful downwind. See who can really catch the waves. And it's incredible how fast they are and how well they sail downwind. They actually can gain jibing by pumping that main in, letting the runner backstay go, jibe the jib. Fantastic athletes now.
Well, Dennis, we're going to go out onto the water and catch up with Louis. Louis, talk us round the mark.
Well, Digby, as you can see on Virtual Eye, I mean, there's nothing in it. There's probably about 5 boat lengths between the entire fleet, but it was Polgar and Coy that went round the top mark first, and they're the guys who went on the right, and that looked like it paid. I'm going to put Tyler on, and he's going to talk about the Norwegian effort to get up into second place in a second, and in third we have the French team of. I'm trying to remember who it is. I'm sorry, Rohart and Ponso. But I'm going to just put Tyler on and going to talk about the Norwegian approach to that top mark.
Yeah, no, they got the Germans on starboard. Dennis made a point of just looking like it was a little close. I think the Virtual Eye makes it a little closer than it seemed. They were clear from each other, but the German team seems to be so quick that they just responded to that, kept going a little bit, got pace, tacked back, and led around the mark. And then it's really impressive to see the group get their boats ready, the mast forward, pulls on the jibs up, and then just start rocking like crazy with that Rule 42 out at the door. These guys are just really giving it all. It's impressive.
It is certainly impressive, Tyler, and I can confirm that Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada have a hell of a lot to do here. They did not get round the top mark in the top 7, and they are awesome downwind, and they're going to need that speed to get back into that golden 7. I'm just going to put Tyler on to talk about a bit of tactics here. Tyler, what would you be doing on this first downwind leg?
Well, I mean, first thing, you just got to get the boat going. You got to get the boat set up properly with the mast forward, like I said earlier, and then just get her surfing. The fleet's real close. You're going to try and get a little separation, too. You don't want to stick together with the fleet too much. You want to get some clear air, but right now it's just all about catching those waves and getting as much speed as you can downwind and get as much separation as you can. But the fleet is so close, it's going to be pretty impressive to see what happens, especially when you look at the results right here. It kind of looks like Bruno and Scheid are sort of sitting in the back 3. They're going to have to really put their skills up front here and get their boat going.
Thanks very much, Tyler. Well, we're speeding off downwind after them, and we'll be back to you in a moment. But back to you in the studio, Digby.
Thank you very much, Louis, and thanks Tyler and PJ out there on the water. And we can confirm that Scheid and Prada in 8th place at the moment. Kuznirovic and Zicki in 9th, and Diaz and von Schwartz all to do in 10th position at the moment. And you can see Diaz and von Schwartz looking like they're heading left down the beat, trying to find a bit of clean wind and try something different, Dennis. You know, these guys are in the danger position, Kuznirovic and Zicki and Diaz and von Schwartz. But just let's go into Scheid and Prada also in a slightly dangerous position, but they do seem to have that extra gear going downwind.
Well, Digby, the right-hand side looking downwind, left-hand side upwind has had more wind often, and is turning out that way here on the run as well. So the guys that came around and sailed off on starboard are seeing a nice gain, and the guys taking a chance at the left-hand side are going to come out behind. But Robert Scheid is being held back by the fleet here. He's looking for some clear water to use his magic, but he's not clear yet. So it could be a big upset in the making.
Well, it's pretty dramatic, this Star Sailors League, with the cutthroat format of having to make the top 10 and then the top 7 and then the top 4. Extremely tough on the sailors. In the studio we have Austin Sperry, who was sailing with Paul Cayard. Great to have you with us, Austin, a big-time star sailor. You won the Bacardi Cup in 2006, sailing with Paul Cayard, and you've sailed with John Kostecki and some of the legends. Don't worry too much about the headphones, we'll just chat here. And Austin, what would you be doing if you were some of the guys at the back here, like Diaz?
You know, I'd look for some clear lane, and clear water's key at this point. Looking at the virtual eye here, it looks like the guys who extended on starboard are coming out a little bit better at the bottom. You know, I think you got to be a little careful to go to the jibe straight away after the offset mark. You got to be really sure it's going to prove beneficial by the time you get to the bottom, and right now I'm not so sure that's going to work.
And what are your thoughts on Scheid, Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada? What do you think about these guys? You've been battling away against them for 3 solid days, and they've been showing everybody a bit of a clean pair of heels. What are your thoughts on these guys?
These guys are not to be forgotten. These guys are gonna turn it on here. I really don't have too much worry that they're gonna make the top 7. You know, we've still got another run, another half of the first run to go here. They'll be okay. These guys will figure it out. They're fast. They're fit, and they're some of the best athletes out here.
Okay, well, yesterday there was a lot of gambling going on in our little studio here in the Nassau Yacht Club. Beers and bets and $100 bills flying around the studio, but we might get a bit crunchy a little bit later with some gambling going on. But thank you very much, Austin. So let's go through the leader, Polgar and Coy, doing an absolutely sterling job in this race, leading up the beat and now down the run, with Rohard and Ponceau, the Frenchman, in second. So these guys are comfortable at the moment, and Mendelblatt and Fatih have pulled up to 3rd place, and Staniek and Klein are in the mix as well. Melleby and Strube are doing extremely well, and middle of the pack, and then Hesbeck and Olesen. Scheid and Prada are in 7th, Negri and Lambertenghi in 8th, Kuznirovic and Zicki in 9th, and Diaz and von Schwartz trailing the fleet and trying to pull some magic out of somewhere. Well, this morning we had a chat with Augie Diaz, and we'll keep the virtual eye running a little bit and catch up with our little interview. It's about a minute and a half with Augie Diaz, and let's hear from the man himself. So, Augie Diaz sailing with John von Schwartz. You've got the war paint on, Augie, the sun's shining, and there's a little bit more breeze. And congratulations for making that top 10 cut. I know that was your goal. So you're halfway there, Augie.
Mm-hmm. I'm very fortunate to have made the top 10, and I think anything else that happens from here is just icing on the cake for me. I think the level has been very high in this regatta, and I think that my familiarity with the Star boat, and also the fact that John and I have both been sailing the Stars a lot lately, made a difference for us to be able to qualify.
Now, I think I'm right in saying that in all 9 races so far, your best place is 7th. So you've been kind of consistent in the middle there. So you're going to have to do extremely well to make the top 7 for this one.
Yes, my plan is to really improve my starts. My starts have been a very weak area for us. And that first weather leg, if we can do something with that, and today with a little bit more breeze, I think there may be some changes amongst all of us. I hope I can improve enough to make it to the next round.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and congratulations, and we hope to see you in that top 7, mate.
Oh my gosh, I would love to be there, and thank you very much.
Well, good stuff from Augie Diaz there, sailing with John von Schwartz, and he was talking about the starts and how critical the race starts are here. Austin, I wonder if you could just talk about that start line and how clean and biased, or talk about starting on this race course.
Yeah, like we talked about earlier, this is really a one and done kind of race. Really got to focus on just making the top 7, and there's probably a 5-degree bias one side or the other. It was a little tough to tell on my vantage point here from the computer. But these guys are jockeying to get the best position possible. With a one race, no holds barred kind of series here, everything goes. And they need to be on the favorite side, on pace when the gun goes off. So that's what they're really looking to do, trying to get on the right side of the line, head to the correct side of the course. And that being the right side up the first beat.
Well, we were watching like hawks yesterday your 2 races with Paul Kayard. You had a fantastic result coming second in race number 8, and you were back in the mix there, and we were thinking, race number 9, you were going to sail to glory, but didn't quite happen. What happened in that last race?
We had a pretty good start. We got tangled up a couple of times, I think once with the Marazzi team. And, once you get tangled up, you got pinged once or twice on tacks. We probably didn't want to be on, and a little out of phase, and this fleet, you can't afford to make too many mistakes, and once we did, it was kind of tough to battle back. So good effort all around, but not the result we were hoping.
Well, it is a hard format. Now we're going to go back out onto the water and catch up with our on-the-water commentator, Louay Habib. Talk us around this gate rounding.
Okay, well, the big news here is that the French have had a fantastic downwind leg. Rohan and Ponso, they're the first round the bottom mark, closely followed by Polgar and Coy, and it looks like the other German pair as well, Clean and I need to get my heading gear. It's so exciting. Thank you very much. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand you over to PJ Postma, who's going to talk about that tactics on that first downwind leg.
Yeah, the downwind was phenomenal for the French team. I mean, they had great speed. They played the waves, and what's important is that you go a little bit higher, you catch some speed, and when you're at the maximum speed, you go down with the waves and you ride them as long as possible. Then the crew is standing in the front of the boat to rock the boat exactly on that moment when you go down. Great teamwork by the French.
Thanks, PJ. So that's 2 legs completed. Interestingly, Robert Scheidt has managed to get a few places back. But as you say, Digby, it's all about the bottom 3. And I'm sure Virtual Eye will be able to tell us who those 3 boats in the danger zone are. Over to you, Digby.
Thank you, Louay, and thank you, PJ. Well, the bottom 3 at the moment is Diaz and von Schwartz, Kuznirovic and Zitsky, and Negri and Lambertenghi, the Italians. In 7th position, Scheid and Prada, and then moving up the fleet in 6th, Hestbeck and Olesen, and then Melleby and Strub, and then Mendelblatt and Fati, and then Polgar, Coy, and then Standjak and Clean, with Rohard and Ponceau, as you rightly say, doing a stellar downwind leg there to take the lead. Talking to Xavier Rohard this morning with Pierre-Alexis Ponceau, they were just kind of indicating that they would saved a little gold, save some secret tricks to improve their boat speed today. So the Frenchman playing a shrewd regatta here, and we're in the studio. We have Austin Sperry and Dennis Connor, and it's all going on. A big crowd coming and watching Virtual Eye in Nassau Yacht Club. But heading right up the beat is Rohard and Ponceau, followed by Polgar and Coy. I wonder, Austin, if we could tune back into you and just tell us, we've got Scheid and Prada mixing it in the middle there, 6th and 7th, and what are your thoughts on these guys?
Well, looking at the bottom marks, Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada opted for the right-hand mark looking downwind. They had a good rounding, win 2 or 3 boat lengths, and tacked on to port into some clear breeze. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Looks like they're heading back out towards the left side of the course. Right now, the right looks a little favored, so we'll see how that comes back together. at the top of the beat.
Well, still quite a long way to go in this race. They're just halfway round. It's a windward-leeward course, 2 laps of the course and about 1.2 nautical miles from top to bottom. So we're expecting the races of about 50 minutes long and 3 races today. This is the quarterfinals, and if you've just dialed in, we're at the Star Sailors League, and unfortunately the bottom 3 in this race are not going to make it through to the semi-finals in the next race. So quite tense. It's all to play for. The Brazilians who have done so well through the 3 races, 3 days sailing and 9 races. Looks like they're climbing up the fleet. And Dennis here in the studio, Dennis Connor, is pretty confident that these guys are going to make the cut without too much trouble. But the danger here is in the bottom 3, and that's where all the action is going to be right now, Dennis.
Well, for sure, Augie Diaz in a lot of trouble, and I don't see much chance for him to climb back into this. And Robert Schleid's still going to get through. And kind of disappointed that Mark Struby from San Diego is falling back a little bit after that great first leg. But I'm hoping he gets through as well.
Well, okay, most of the boats on port tack heading up the beat, and earlier today we caught up with the Polish teams, Kuźnierewicz and Zicki. They were launching their star, and let's hear from the famous gold medalist, Mateusz Kuźnierewicz. Mateusz Kuźnierewicz sailing with Zicki. We're getting his name better. Yeah. Hi, Dominic. How are you?
How are you doing?
So, final day and 10 boats into this regatta, then 7 and then 4. It's getting crunchy.
Yeah, for sure. We are warm-up. We're very happy that we qualified for the final round. It's going to be actually interesting. We never sailed this kind of format before. In theory, we like it. We'll see how it's going to work, not only for us as results-wise, but in total. I wish that the races will be getting shorter when there is going to be less boats on the field, but we'll see how the race committee will organize it. But it's going to be for sure great fun. Such a lovely wind conditions out there and the waves, so we're really looking forward, and we don't want to go home actually.
Yeah, I can understand that. It's probably quite cold in Poland right now.
It's that much snow. My wife sent me the pictures. It was last night. There was that much snow in our garden. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit different. I will probably put my head in a heavy winter jacket next week. I will miss this moment.
She's going to love you coming back with a nice tan. Now, just very quickly, going into less and less boats. You must have been chatting this morning a little bit about your game plan and your strategy. What are your thoughts on that?
All right. Yeah, we have a strategy a little bit different than there was in a qualifying round. It was more like fleet races. Then this moment is going to be very important. It's going to be the starts and the first mark roundings. We will focus on that, and then probably the second half of the race will be a little bit different. Okay, I will go to help my crew to put the boat on it.
Matt. Good luck to you, mate.
Cheers.
Well, interesting stuff from Mateusz Kuźnierewicz, and that was them launching their boat before racing today. There's an atmosphere around the club. There's a kind of extra piece of energy, and we're all a little nervy, and these guys have got to make that top 7. So an amazing finale, incredible sort of format of competition here that has come very much from the sailors themselves, and Xavier Rohart, one of the instigators of the Star Sailors League. So let's catch up with the racing. We can see Xavier Rohart and Pierre-Alexis Ponceau lying second overall at the moment, second in this race. They're about to come in for a nice cross with Stanjek and Klein, and in the mix there is Polgar and Coy. So those 3 race leaders all converging together, 3 meters in it, and Stanjek and Klein on port tack, and let's just see if looks like they're going to be able to cross Polgar and Coy, but they may have to do a little duck behind Rohart and Ponceau. So Dennis Connor, what would you do if you were in Stanjek and Klein's boat right now?
Well, first of all, you don't want to foul, so don't take a chance on crossing unless you're going to make it, and don't tack too close. It can be a close I think they're going to have to duck here, so we'll have to wait and see.
There's a nice little duck there. And as you say, no one wants to foul in this race. It would make all the difference in the world. And very, very close racing. There's not much in it with those top four. Just 12, 14 meters, top four boats. Very, very close racing in the stars, and a fantastic boat to actually invite and have some wild cards and bring in some of the top sailors in the world to race here.
Well, the conditions out here today are champagne conditions. It doesn't really matter too much tension on the lower runner, not too many big waves. So boats are very, very close in speed, no shifts to count on. So a little bit of crew work in the tack and make sure that jib comes in smartly, because every small little bit of difference is going to matter.
Well, the organisers of the Star Sailors League have invited some top Olympic class fin sailors and tornado sailors, and in the future they're going to have some of the best sailors in the world. And right now, down there at the bottom of the screen left, we're seeing a penalty turn. I think that was Melleby and Strube, and I'm not sure, must have been a bit of port starboard there, I think, possibly, Dennis?
Looked like it to me, yes, sir.
Okay, not great. So they picked up their boat speed back over to 6 knots, and we have on-water umpires out there, and they're blowing the whistle and calling all the decisions on the water. There are no protests back in the club. After the race, if there are any protests, the guys can go up to the committee boat, and they've got 2 minutes to lodge any protests, so we know very, very quickly what the leader is and if there are any issues. So, new format of competition, and quite a brutal one, but quite interesting as well. Good to commentate on. And right now, Diaz and von Schwartz, Melleby and Strube, and Kuznierovic and Zitsky in trouble, lying in 8th, 9th and 10th overall in this race. Back at the front of the fleet, Rohart and Ponceau in clean air there, heading out on starboard towards the port ley line, and Staniak and Clean looking good as well to the right-hand side of the course as we look up, and Mendelblatt and Farty also looking tasty as well. So interesting day for the German teams and the French, Rohart and Ponceau. Scheid and Prada climbing their way up the fleet. They didn't have such a great start. They didn't have such a great first upwind beat. Over 600 meters to the top mark, and the dangers is going to be for Kuznierovic and Zitsky, Melleby and Strube, and Diaz and von Schwartz.
It's looking good for the top 5 right now. They have a bit of a lead and sprung loose, so the top 5 are going to make it. It's going to be close for 6 and 7, and Mark Strube, he's going to be pretty upset seeing those dollars flying out of his pocket with that stupid foul.
Nicely put, Dennis. Dennis Conner telling it like it is. Legendary America's Cup sailor. We've loved all your press conferences over the years, Dennis, and why not? Tell it like it is. So, as we say, Kuznierovic and Zitsky, Melleby and Strube, and Diaz and von Schwartz, these guys at the bottom of the table at the moment, and they've got it all to play for. And interesting to see Hesbeck and Olesen, they're climbing up, doing extremely well. They had a stellar day yesterday with their 6th and 2nd place to get them into the top 10. Going into yesterday, I think they were 12th overall, and so they sailed their way into that top 10, and they're looking on form here to remain in the top 7. But still quite a way. There's another downwind leg towards the finish, and we're approaching the top mark, and it's still looking like Staniak and Clean, the 2 German crews, Polgar and Coy, leading this race with the French team Rohart and Ponceau in 3rd place. Wow, okay, beginning to take shape. The quarterfinals of the Star Sailors League, and I might throw again to Austin, if I may. Austin Sperry, Olympic class sailor. Which Olympics were you in, Austin?
Beijing 2008.
And sailing with?
John Dane was the skipper.
And representing the United States.
That's it.
So, Austin, this Star class, it's you've been sailing these boats an awful long time. I know the organisers have invited and had wildcards to invite some fin sailors, some Olympic fin sailors and tornado sailors, but unfortunately none of them have made that top 10. But they were very, very close. You know, guys like Ed Wright and PJ Postma. But they only had like sort of 2-3 days of getting into the Star, and so I think in future they might give them a little bit more time. But do you think that is possible for one of these guys to jump into a fairly technical boat like the Star and suddenly kind of win races?
Yeah, I don't think that's possible, and I think that's what's so great about the Star class. It is such a technical boat. It's been around 100 years. Some of the best in the world compete in this type of boat and class. And I think that just goes to show how difficult it really is to compete at a high level. You can't just expect to come in here and win. It's just not going to happen.
But it has happened before. I mean, guys like Ian Percy have jumped in with his crew, Bart Simpson, and fairly quickly they raised up the rankings and snatched a gold medal.
Yeah, I will tell you, when Ian competed in the 2004 games, he had more of a difficult time. He won the gold in 08 and then silver again here in London. So it wasn't as quick as many might think, but he did get into the class. He did raise the level. He did raise the fitness. It became more of an athlete sport when he and fellow Finn sailors like Freddie Loof came into the class and really upped the game.
Okay, thank you very much, Austin. And we're looking at the boats climbing towards that top mark. Dennis, I think, has left the building. Dennis is off. It was fantastic having him with us. We've all really enjoyed his company, and we've enjoyed his commentary as well. So a real honour for all of us, I think, to have Dennis Conner here. There was a little presentation last night, and all the crews got into the yacht club and gave him a standing ovation just for coming here and being enthusiastic and taking an interest in the Star Sailors League. Of course, Dennis, a Star world champion in his day, won every single race, I think, in that particular Star Worlds. So a top-class sailor, Dennis Conner. So towards the top mark, we're going to fly out onto the water, and we're going to rejoin Loué Habib, our on-the-water commentator. Loué, boats coming towards you, mate.
Yes, Digby, they are indeed, and we can confirm that Rohart and Ponso are leading. They've held on to their lead at that bottom mark all the way up the beat. And we've got Tyler Bjorn here, who has been this Star for 20 years as crew. And I'd like to put him on and give the listeners a masterclass on hiking in these boats. I'll put Tyler on right now, Digby.
Well, it's impressive watching these guys. I mean, obviously the skippers are just giving it all they can, hiking straight leg. But when you look at the crews, some of them they don't just sit over the side. There's sometimes they straight leg, and that's right off sort of the knees. And that puts a lot of pressure. It's a lot of strength to do that. But if you got a guy like Coy on the German boat, and he's running about third right now, that guy's about 6'7". He gives you a pretty tremendous amount of leverage, and that really helps you go fast, I think.
Thanks very much for that, Tyler. And we can confirm that is definitely a Rohart and Ponso first round the top mark. Kolder and Coy are in second. We think we've got, in fact, both the German pairs. You'll have to tell us down virtual eyes. So Staniek and Kleen are third. The interesting one you pointed out earlier was that Mellenby and Strube did do penalty turns. It looked like a port starboard. We couldn't tell you which boat, but that's really put them down the pan. They're trying to get back in, but copping a penalty in a field like this is very, very difficult to get out of last, let alone back up to seventh. So we're on the downwind leg now to the finish, Big B. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Loué, and thank you very much, Tyler. So, interesting comment from Tyler about hiking and how hard these guys are hiking. In the studio, we have Austin Perry, world-class crew, who is sailing with Paul Kayard. We're seeing the boats go round the mark, but Austin, that hiking, you know what it's like. You can feel the burn. How hard is that?
It maybe looks a little more difficult than it is. I think it's a bit harder on the skippers than it is on the crew. We're strapped in with a hiking vest, so obviously getting in and out, that takes its toll, but after doing it for a while, it becomes kind of second nature.
Okay, we're looking at the order as they go round the mark, and round the top mark now, Negri and Lambertenghi, Hestbeck and Olesen, Diaz and von Schwartz and Meleby and Strube, who had that penalty bringing up the rear. So these are the danger guys here: Melleby, Strube, Diaz, von Schwartz, Hesbeck and Olesen. This downwind leg, and Negri and Lambertenghi. The Italians have been doing so well in this regatta. I think they took their foot off the accelerator a little bit yesterday. You know, they knew they were in the top 10 cut, and so they were a little conservative yesterday, but they're in the danger zone right now. So Louis, the story is really going to be about these last 3, 4, 5 boats heading down this run towards the finish line. We know that the leaders, Rohar, Ponceau, the German crews, Staniek, Klein, Polgar, Koy, and Mendelblatt and Fatih, and I think we can put some good money on Scheid and Prada getting into that top 7. But the danger positions, Louis, Kuznerovic and Zitsky, Negri, Lambertenghi, Hesbeck, Olesen, Diaz, von Schwartz and Melleby and Strube. And so, Louis, we can see on Virtual Eye where your position is in the big white boat. Just talk us through it through your eyes.
Yeah, Digby, there's a massive battle going on between the Danish and the Italians. The Italians are just holding them off for now, but it's that crucial 7th spot they're going for. The fleet in front of them is really compressed. And I tell you what, Robert Scheid isn't exactly safe here. I mean, he's amazing downwind with Bruno Prada, but this fleet is really close. I'm going to put PJ Bosmar on, and he's going to talk us through what he reckons the tactics will be for this downwind leg to the finish. Yeah, thanks. Well, it's very important thing. That's what your feet will take it off the effect. All the time in the middle of the gut brings you the most heat. But to play with the boat, play with the weight.
Louis Diggers, very hard to hear PJ there. We'll dial you back and come back to you in a minute. So back in the studio, back at the fleet, Melleby and Strube, Diaz and von Schwartz and Hesbeck Olesen with Negri and Lambertenghi. Austin, what kind of tactics would you be playing if you're one of these 4 boats?
It all comes down to the end here. You've got to find clear lane and clear breeze here. So, looking at Hesbeck and Diaz right now, Hesbeck's looking like he might come up a little bit, get a little clear breeze on Augie Diaz just to stay in front. But really, he's got to get in front of the Italian here. And the strategy really is to break free and sail your own race. When these guys get stuck in their quarter rakes behind the boat in front of them, it's really slow. So something got to be really cognizant of.
Well, super tight at the back of this fleet, heading down towards the finish line, the last leg of race number 10, the quarter-final of the Star Sailors League. The top 7 will go through to the semis, the bottom 3. This is going to be their last race of the championship. Back up the front, looking very tasty indeed for Rohart and Ponceau. And the German teams, Polgar and Koy, Staniek and Klein. And look at that, Scheid and Prada climbing up to 4th place. Austin, phenomenal.
Yeah, Robert and Bruno just look like they've kind of held along starboard, sailed by themselves, worked the boat really well together in unison with one another, and have overtaken Mendelblatt and Brian Fatih.
Well, quite a fun race between the 2 German teams here. I mean, they're pretty much neck and neck going downwind. I know there's some nice, healthy rivalry between those guys.
Yeah, I'd be a little careful here. They've got this in the bank. They've just got to hold it together to the finish. It doesn't matter if they finish 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. They just want to get to the next round, so I'd be very careful of fouling one another and just stay clear here.
Well, okay, looks like Staniek and Klein ducking behind Polgar and Koy, and I wonder if they're trying to do a little covering move, but fantastic to see the 2 German teams duking it out on the downwind leg. Scheid and Prada, phenomenal sailing from these guys. As we keep saying, they just seem to have an extra gear going downwind. And as we pull out a little bit, we can start to see the shape of the fleet. Scheid and Prada, bottom left of our screen in clean air. And just behind them is Kuznerovic and Zitsky. But the real ding-dong battle is going on at the back of the fleet with the Italians, Negri and Lambertenghi, Hesbeck and Olesen climbing up to 8th, Melleby and Strube mid-9th, and Diaz and von Schwartz still bringing up the rear in 10th. It's going to be really, really tough now. I don't know, Austin, if there's anything that Augie Diaz can do here.
You know, other than hope, it's getting a little late. We're running out of real estate here, so I think we just got to sit back and see what happens. But it's not looking good right now.
Okay, I'm going to spin back out onto the water and hope we have Louis Habib on the other end of the line. Louis.
Yes, hello there, Digby. You reading me loud and clear?
Loud and clear. Thank you very much. Yeah, go ahead. We can see the left-hand side of our screen, the white boat there. That is where Louis is. Louis, you've got a really good view of the battle between Hesbeck, Olesen and Melleby and Strube there. Those guys are pretty tight. We think Diaz and von Schwartz are going to be out of it, but it's who can make that 7th position. And at the moment, in 7th place are the Italians, Negri and Lambertenghi, just to the right going downwind. But big battle going on between Melleby and Strube and Hesbeck and Olesen, and you're right beside them, Louis. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it's an absolute desperate struggle for that last spot for the cup, for the quarterfinals, Digby. I'm going to put PJ Postma on to just talk us through this fantastic battle going on to stay in the Star Sailors League final. Here you go, PJ.
Well, thank you. We've got the Italian and the Danish. They're so close together, fighting for every weight. What we see is that they have a different kind of technique. The Danish, both of the sailors, they're sitting in the boat and playing them together. And we've got the Italians, one in the back, Negri, and the crew is standing just at the mast, the boat blocking. Fantastic, absolutely.
Thanks for that, PJ. Yeah, it's a desperate struggle, and the Norwegians have come back into this. They were literally down and out on that beat, but the Danes are holding them off. And interestingly, the Danes actually jibed away from the Italians, and at the moment it looks like from eyeball the Danes are going to have this, but there's quite a bit of separation between the Italians and the Danish team. The Norwegians, they've got 3-4 boat lengths to make up, and I don't think they're going to make it from there. At the moment, it looks like the Danes are going to stay in this competition, and in fact, they're hauling in the Polish team as well. They really have got the bit between the teeth. The crew are working like crazy, and as you talk about a different technique, the Danish team, the Danish crew, is sitting down pumping, while the Polish guy is on the foredeck, and the Danish look like they've got very good leverage from that. But I'm gonna put Tyler on to just talk about that difference. You know, why the Danish guy's sitting down and the Polish guy's standing up. I'll put Tyler on right now.
Well, you can see the difference. I think it's better now that the Danish crew is actually starting to stand up. I'm a big favorite of the standing up technique, because that way you can actually move the weight around a lot more. You can get the lure to initiate the rock, and you can also get the weight forward a lot quicker to initiate that surf down the wave. It's not easy. It's a balancing act. It's like being on a balancing beam that moves. Very hard, very tricky. You can fall off at any minute, but with the experience these guys have, I'm pretty secure on their ability to stay on board.
Thank you for that, Tyler. And as you can see on Virtual Eye, the Italians are coming back, and I'm going to hand you back, Digby, because obviously you've got the maps there, the graphic. But what I can see here, I really wouldn't like to call it between the Danes and the Italians at the moment for that last spot. Over to you, Digby.
Thanks, Louis, and thanks, Tyler and PJ. Well, Virtual Eye is giving us a very clear view of the back of the fleet. Diaz and von Schwartz in 10th. They're going to be out of it. We'll concentrate on the back as Rohard and Ponso take the lead and take the line, but it's going to be touch and go with Hesbeck and Olesen and Negri and Lambertenghi hammering down in parallel towards that finish line to try and get into that top 7th. At the moment, it looks like Negri and Lambertenghi are hanging in there, but Hesbeck and Olesen are doing a stunning job over there on the left-hand side as they're heading down. And Kuznirovic and Zitsky look like they have a little bit of clean air in 6th place, so they're looking pretty safe. But the real race, the drag race down to that bottom, is going to be Negri and Lambertenghi and Hesbeck and Olesen. And here is Xavier Rohard, Pierre-Alexis Ponceau crossing the finish line with Polgar and Coy in second. So a great result for the French team. They told us this morning they had some little secret weapon and they wouldn't tell us what it is. So we don't know. Maybe we can speculate in the studio. Polgar and Coy crossing the line now, and phenomenal result for the two German crews, and across they go, and we can see Scheid and Prada just accelerating towards that finish line. Unbelievable, almost past them, and Staniek and Klein hanging on to that third position. Scheid and Prada in fourth, and here comes Mendelblatt and Fatih for fifth place, followed by Kuznerovic and Zhitsky. So they've done extremely well, the Americans, Mendelblatt and Fatih. They played such a consistent regatta, second overall going into today, and then the Poles following them, Kuznerovic and Zhitsky. So here is the drag race for that seventh spot. Hesbeck and Olesen and Negri and Lambertenghi. It looks like the Italians are having it. Negri and Lambertenghi just pipping Hesbeck and Olesen for that seventh position. How close was that? 2 seconds, Dennis? Nothing in it at all. And then Melleby and Strube, who had that penalty, going up towards the top mark in ninth position. And then Diaz and von Schwartz in 10th. Wow, blimey. That was very, very close for that top seven cut. And commiserations, really, to Hesbeck and Olesen. You know, they must be pretty gutted about that, Austin.
Yeah, look, the last 1,000 meters, call it the dash for cash. These guys are going full out. This is real money they're striving towards and trying to make to the next round. Doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish. And unfortunately, 3 of these guys have come up short and they're going home.
Well, fairly brutal, but tell me about the format of competition, Austin. It's the first time the Star Sailors League have ever done this kind of thing, and you've been competing here with the wonderful Mr. Paul Kayard. I know you've enjoyed the competition. I know Paul's been out of stars for quite a while, but the format, Austin, do you like it?
I actually do. This has really reinvigorated my sailing and piqued my interest. You know, I was getting a little burned out doing the same circuit, the same regattas, the same format, year in, year out. This is something different. Obviously, it's got a very big athletic component to it. You know, it's really about the athletes and the best guys in the world, and that's where I want to be. So I'm really looking forward to how this league progresses and excited to be a part of it.
Well, awesome. Thanks for saying that. And, well, unfortunately, this is where we say goodbye to Augie Diaz and John von Schwartz in 10th position. And unfortunately, this is where we say goodbye to Ivan Melleby and Mark Strube, the American sailor, in 9th position. And unfortunately, too, this is where we say goodbye to Michael Hesbeck and Klaus Olesen from Denmark. So those 3 teams are out of it. We have the next race, the semi-final, coming up in about 15 minutes, where the top 7 crews here go through, and there'll be just 7 boats on that start line. Gets interesting, Austin.
It does. You know, look, same course length, same configuration. I'm sure it's going to be a course 4 with a downwind finish. A lot of room, a lot of clear air, so boat speed's going to be key, picking the correct side of the course and staying out of trouble.
Okay, we're going to take a breather. Time to put the kettle on, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Keep your eyes peeled onto our live stream. We're here in Nassau in the Bahamas. You can see how windy it is. Fantastic sailing conditions. Perfect grand finale for the Star Sailors League. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Keep your eyes peeled. Well, welcome back to Nassau in the Bahamas for the Star Sailors League Grand Finale. We're on the fourth day of competition. This is sudden death, brutal knockout, and here are the top 7 sailors going into the semi-finals. Rohard and Ponceau, Polgar and Coy, Staniek and Klein, Scheid and Prada, Mendelblatt, Fatih, Kuznedovich and Zitsky, and Negri and Lambertangi, who just squeezed through in that last race. Now I'm here in the studio in the Nassau Yacht Club with none other than Mr. Paul Kayard, 7 times America's Cupper, fantastic sailor. Paul's been sailing in this competition. You've been out there on the water. It's a brutal format, and we're heading into the semi-finals with just 7 boats, Paul. It's going to change the game a little bit.
Yeah, I think the game is increasingly getting towards just a speed game. Well, it's a little windier today than we had in the first 3 days. It's probably blowing 15 knots out there, so a little more of a powerful condition. We just saw Robert Scheid really put an enormous amount of distance on Mark Mendelblatt on the last run, so he's very unique in his downwind speed. But we also saw Rohart win the race, and he won it upwind. And one thing about the Star class is that the heavier skippers are slightly favored in total weight. So as it's windier today, I think Rohart's going to be a factor.
Well, okay, Xavier Rohart ranked number 1 in the Star Sailors League. And we're flying out to the race course with virtual eye, and we're going to be watching the race virtually here on land at the Yacht Club. And we have our on-the-water commentator, Louis Habib, out there on the spectator boat, and he has a couple of Olympians with him, Tyler Bjorn and PJ Postma. About a minute to go, Louis, and what are you seeing with your eyes?
Seeing the crews going head to wind to see where the wind's actually coming from. That was a 1-minute hooter, and also doing some time runs to line. We saw the Scheid Prada combination doing a time run, and so they're coming in now. PJ Postma on board this boat told us he likes the committee boat end, and looks like a lot of boats are going for that, except for Robert Scheid and Brina Prada, who are over on the left-hand side at the moment. Talking with Tyler Bjorn just now, he says tactics for this won't really change. Although we're going to we dropped 3 boats out of 7 this time. But what he reckons he'll do is try and stay with the pack. He won't try and get away and just concentrate on speed. Just get the boat going fast against the other boats around you. So that's the prediction here. We reckon it's going to be a tight ball of boats just going for maximum speed. 7 seconds to the line. As a bear away there from the Brazilians. They've gone for the pin. The Italians are up here at the committee boat end. Now, the Brazilians look like they've got a cracking start there, and they are definitely low. They're going low for speed, and trying to get out of that left-hand side because obviously they're on port. So it's an absolute bum fight. I would not like to say who won that start. It was pretty close, but the Brazilians probably got it. The Italians are going away from the rest of the pack. They're on the opposite tack and they're coming out to the right. And it will be interesting to see how they do. But we've got 6 boats left with the Italians on their own out on the right. Back to you in the studio, Digby.
Well, thank you very much. In the studio we have Paul Kayard, and that was a stellar start, I think, from the Brazilians, Paul. They always seem to get a little bit of pocket of clean air around themselves. He fights for a little bit of room on those starts and heading off the left-hand side of the course. And the Italians tacking pretty fast. They had the most committee boat start on the end of the line, and they're heading off to the right of the course. So a fair split, but Virtual Eye is telling us that Scheid and Prada are leading at the moment, Paul. And nice start for those on the pin end, eh?
Yeah, I think Robert's just trying to stay clean, and he knows he's super fast downwind, so he's just trying to be in the top 4, even if he's never going to be out of it. If he rounds the second windward mark last, he probably can pass 3 boats and still be 4. So mostly I think he went for the clean start. All week we've seen the right generally pay upwind, so that's why Negri was quick to tack, and we saw Polgar in the first race winning coming out of the right. So I think you're going to see the fleet troop off to the right now.
Well, that's exactly what is happening, Paul. Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi heading out far right. In this regatta, the first two races, they got two bullets and they hit the deck running here in Nassau in the Bahamas, and looks like they're doing a great job here. So in the middle of the fleet there, we see the two German teams right next to each other, Polgar and Coy and Staniek and Klein, and Negri and Lambertenghi far right, and towards us, nearest boat is Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada, and then Mendelblatt and Fati, and that's a quality act, isn't it? Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fati.
Yeah, Mark's sailing really well this week. He represented the USA in the Olympics last summer in London, so he's pretty current, and a lot like Robert and Rohart. In fact, all these guys went to the Olympics last year. So, yeah, Mendelblatt's been sailing really well. He finished second in the qualifiers, and he's looking like he's got a good race going here.
Well, just to remind everybody, it's going to be the top four from this race who go to the grand showdown big finale final, the third race of today. We're in race number 2, the semi-final, and 7 boats on the line, and looks like they all have a bit of clean air, Paul. So do you think it's all about boat speed here?
Yeah, it is, Digby. The smaller the fleet gets, the more of a drag race it becomes. And like Dennis was saying earlier, Nassau is a pretty steady breeze. There's small oscillations, but they're pretty quick. It's not something you really tack on all the time. And so you just sail through them, and it's just a drag race. And the more of a drag race it becomes, really, the better it is for Robert Scheid, because upwind, he's in the mix, and downwind, he's in a class all by himself. So he's going to put 80 meters on everybody on the run.
Well, we caught up with Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada as they were preparing this morning, and we're seeing them lead this race first position. And as the boats head upwind, we're going to just hear from Robert Scheid about his game plan going into today. We're with Robert Scheid sailing with Bruno Prada. Robert, your list of your scoreline is pretty impressive. A worst fourth and 3 bullets, 4 bullets, I should say, going into the final day. All of that is irrelevant, isn't it?
It is. It just gives us the confidence that we can do well, that we can win races, and of course it's all even now. Basically all top 10 guys have the same points and equal chances. So we got to go out there today and be really focused and try to move on the next steps, try to reach the final, which is our goal.
And now, sailing in a much reduced fleet, less and less boats, what difference does that make to sailing with more boats?
Basically, there will be a bit more space, a bit more free wind, but still 10 boats the first round, it's a high quality fleet, and 10 boats is not so little, so it's still going to be quite similar to the races we had in the other days. And then from then on, there will be like more free space for the boats to try different things,
And when you say try different things, what kind of things?
Yeah, I think towards the end of the regatta, people will risk a bit more. They try to find better wind, and they try to go more for the corners to try to win the regatta. And we just gotta keep doing what we're doing. Be focused and try to use our downwind speed.
And last question, when the fleet reduces to 7 and then 4, do you think any kind of match racing style tactics will come into play?
I don't think so, because it will be stupid for somebody to match race another boat and leave those other 2 boats free to do their own race. I think it's still going to be a fleet race.
Okay, good luck to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Well, Paul, we heard from Robert Scheid there. He's going to stay clear. He doesn't want to tangle with anybody. He just wants to put his foot down on the accelerator, sail his own race, and is doing fantastically well in race number 11 of the Star Sailors League, the semi-final. And he's furthest left going up that beat, and Negri and Lambertenghi, the Italians, furthest right going up that beat. And we can say a little bit of the speed differences across the fleet there, from 5.3 to the top, 5.6 right there, probably picking up a few gusts there. Negri and Lambertenghi quite far out on the right, probably sailing towards their own little bit of wind there, Paul.
Well, they're just banking on the right being good. The current is changing now, so it's what they call ebbing, which means it's going to start going against the sailors and when they go upwind. that's one of the reasons why the right has been good the last few days. Here goes Negri tacking. The even line has Scheidt comfortably ahead. We'll see, it's a calculated wind direction, so we'll see here as the boats actually cross how far ahead or behind they are.
So Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi just coming for a cross with one of the German crews. I think that's Staniek and Clean, Polgar and Coy, sorry, and just getting ahead there. Nicely done by the Italians. And this is where we begin to see the shape of this race, number 11 of the Star Sailors League, the semi-final. And remember, only 4 are going to go through to that final. So Negri and Lambertenghi in 5th place at the moment. Can be a little deceptive watching Virtual Eye, Paul.
Yeah.
You know, we're not feeling the wind. We can't feel the bend of the wind and what's going on in the shifts.
Well, that's true, but I'm just watching the closing between Negri and Scheidt, and when Negri tacked, Scheidt was 35 meters ahead, and it's 30 now. So Negri's gaining a little bit, but the Virtual Eye is very, very good on wind direction because the boats are probably going pretty near the same speed. So that meant their calculated wind direction was accurate, and it's going to be close here at the top always. Now the game is positioning. And, here's a matter of inches as to who will be able to succeed in getting around the mark. The difference between 2nd and 5th here can be just a few inches.
So it's a game of inches at the Star Sailors League, as tight as it gets. Very, very close racing. We're going to fly back out onto the water and join our on-the-water commentator, Louis Habib. Louis, you've got a bunch of Olympians with you, and what are you seeing out there on the right-hand side of the course, Louis?
Yeah, we've got PJ Postma calling the breeze here, and he's seeing a slow shift to the right, which will aid those boats on the right-hand side. Now, all of the boats are on the right-hand side of the course, but obviously we've got a bit of a split in the pack. But I'd like to put PJ Postma on and talk about driving technique through waves. We've got quite significant waves here, and, PJ... in the fin, knows all about driving through waves. I'll put him on right now, Digby. Waves are not easy here. It's like super high. Some are from 10, some 20. So to go to those waves and not to lose the speed is hard. What you see right here, he goes for the big waves. He goes a little bit steering down to get extra speed, extra power to go through the waves. And then when the flat water is again, he steers up to again get his C&G. Really nice technique. He works hard with the body to go through those waves. And they work also with Gade, the crew of Robert Scheidt. They work. It's physical. Thank you for that insight, PJ. And Digby, you can see on Virtual Eye who's now leading, and is PJ right? Are the right-hand side boats making a gain with this shift? Over to you, Digby.
Thanks very much, Louis. Just letting you know, Louis, it's very hard to hear PJ on that telephone link. Just sorry about that, PJ. It's quite hard to pick you up. But obviously they're working phenomenally hard. Paul, all the crews here just working all these waves. And we're getting a heli view with Virtual Eye. And, well, it's really hard to say who's going to get to this top mark first. Scheidt and Prada, the gain line is giving them 14 meters over Kuznierovic and Zitsky, with Mendelblatt and Fati in that little pocket in 3rd. They are so consistent, the Americans, and Rohard and Ponceau in 4th. But we're looking at Polgar and Coy over in 5th on the right-hand side, and Staniek and Clean in 7th over on the left-hand side, going up towards that top mark. Hard to say, really, Paul. It's deceptive.
Yeah, the only threat to Robert out on the right is the Polish, because Negri and Polgar are a little too far behind. So a little bit of a shift to the right could put the Polish team ahead of Scheidt. But Robert's close to Mendelblatt, who's in 3rd place. So he's controlling them. It would take a huge shift to get Mendelblatt ahead of Scheidt. So that's kind of why he positioned himself there. He's got the risk to only lose 1, and he's going to keep the other 5 under control, no problem.
Oh, that's great insight into the chess-style tactics going out there on the water. And one of the incredible things about sailing is, it is phenomenally physical. As PJ was saying, all the teams, crews working phenomenally hard physically, but there's this mental game, this tactical game and strategic game going on. And Scheid is an absolute past master at all that, with his 2 gold medals and 2 silvers and a bronze at the Olympics. Just a quality act, really. And Kuznirovic, also another gold medalist there. Quite jangling with medals out there, Paul. Quality fleet, Zitsky and Kuznirovic second, 3 meters behind on the gain line, and just climbing up to 2. So possibly a little right-hand shift could see them going superbly into that top mark.
Yeah, that's what you've probably got going on here. Is mostly the gain that's going on here is that the wind is shifting to the right, so the even line is moving, and now it's got virtually Scheid. It's got them virtually even with the Polish. Now, another thing to remember is that the Polish have starboard tack advantage. You can see that Scheid's approaching the port ley line, so he's going to have to tack pretty soon. In fact, here he comes. So here comes the moment of truth, and depending on how close Scheid is in the cross, the Polish will tack on him probably, because it would be dangerous, could be dangerous to let them get out to the right and have starboard tack advantage on the last cross. But now I'm watching the even line move in favor of the Polish even more. So the wind is definitely shifting right here a little bit.
Well, it's going to be an extremely close crossing here. Moment of the match coming up just below the top mark. It's a windward leeward course, 2 laps around this racetrack, and the bottom 3 are going to be knocked out after this to go through to the final. Only 4 boats. So there's a lot going on out there on the race course. A cross coming up between the Polish team and the Brazilian team, Kuznirovic and Zitsky, and Scheid and Prada, 11 meters, so it's paying off for the Poles, and he's no slouch there. Mateusz Kuznirovic with Dominik Zitsky, and here we go into that cross.
So now this cross is bigger than I thought it would be. It's almost 2 boat lengths, so there's enough of a lead by the Polish here that they might cross over and let Robert go out and try to call the starboard ley line. When you're quite a distance away from the mark, it's a disadvantage to have to be the person to tack onto starboard first, calling that ley line, knowing that a port tack boat's going to come along and tack on your wind. And that's what the Polish are going to do here. They're going to let Robert set himself up, and then they're going to go out there and tack on. Robert's defensive move to that was to not go all the way out to the ley line. That's probably pretty clever. That move right there by Robert assures him of being second around the windward mark.
Fantastic insight from Paul Cayard, world-class match racer as well as fleet racer, America's Cupper, and won the Whitbread Around the World race, his second attempt at that. So towards the top mark, some crossings going on. It's the Polish team of Kuznirovic and Zitsky leading over Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada. And now little battles going on towards the back of the fleet here. Staniek and Klein coming out here towards us in virtual eye on port tack.
Yeah, what'll be interesting is Mendelblatt ducked who's that? The Italians, and now has just ducked the Germans, and now the Italians and the French are tangled up, so that's a little bit of traffic slowing down. So the interesting thing will be to see if Mendelblatt, having passed behind these 3 boats, will actually come out on top when he tacks onto starboard out on the ley line. Those are choices you have to make, whether you should duck or tack to lure to somebody in this final positioning at the top of the beat. Now Mendelblatt tacks under the ley line, it looks like, again, which is...
Does he want to tangle with those guys, the Germans and Italians? Does he want to kind of force another tack onto these guys?
I'm being a little... It depends how close behind they cross, but it's a little dodgy for Mendelblatt to let them come out on starboard there. It'll be interesting to see here so he just crossed the Germans. Now let's see if the Germans don't ping him back. It's going to be interesting. Well, Scheid did catch up a bit to the Poles in the final maneuvering.
Well, Louis, I'll come to you in a second. We've got a pretty interesting scenario on Virtual Eye with Paul Kayar talking us through it, and Kuznirovic and Zitsky going round first, Scheid and Prada second, Mendelblatt just squeezing round that mark. Louis, let's come back to you. Talk us through that rounding.
Yeah, I think we had a significant one there with Mendenblatt. He came in on port, but a gap opened up for him and he got in there quite nicely. The French were also coming in on port. There was no gap whatsoever, and they are now second to last. In last place, I'm sure you can see, are the German team of Polgar and Coy. The long and the short of it there was at the top mark, Mendenblatt coming in on port had room. The French coming in on port, Rohan, had no room, and they went literally to the back of the pack. So it's a very complex picture at the top mark. But as we say, downwind, that's where places change. But there is absolutely nothing in it. Any one of these boats could quite frankly win it. But as we know, Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada are a complete weapon downwind. Back to you in the studio, Digby.
Well, thanks very much, Louis. And well, it's very close. Just Louis was saying very close around that. This 30 seconds. This fleet, the spread, it's super tight, and looking at a humdinger battle here right at the front, and the Poles taking on the Brazilians. How close is that?
Actually, it's the Brazilians taking on the Poles. The Poles went around first, and Robert's already down inside. Obviously has right away if the Poles were ever to jibe. So Robert's already controlling this race. And again, in the last few days, we've found that the Barraway set, continuing on starboard as these 6 boats are doing, has been the favored way to go. The Italians jibed away. That hasn't been the favored way to go in past days. But one thing, these good boats are surfing right now, so getting a clear lane and being able to work the waves yourself is worth a lot. So maybe that's what's in Diego Negri's mind.
Well, remember, the top 4 in this race will go through to the Grand Showdown finale. We're on the first downwind leg. There'll be another lap, remember, so there's quite a while, quite a lot of this race to go. But pretty interesting to see the Brazilians duking it out up there with the Polish team of Kuznirovic and Zitsky. And let's just go back. Mendelblatt got into that little pocket. He just got round that top mark, and he read that very shrewdly, didn't he, Paul?
Yeah, I would say it was shrewd. It was a bit of a risky move, but he calculated it pretty well. What happened was Scheid came along and forced everybody to overstand a little bit, so that created the room for him, and maybe he saw that coming, and he played it right. Anyway, what matters is that he got around, and so now we're seeing Scheid jibe. That's because he had done about as much damage as he could do from that position. He has taken the lead from the Poles, but the Poles were actually a hindrance to him. They were blocking his wind, so he's jibing away. So he pushed it as far as he could to the favored side, and then decided, okay, I got to get out of here and start sailing my own race. And now my guess is he's going to put the hammer down and stretch out on the fleet here.
Well, it's quite interesting when you talk about damage. So just tell us a little bit, explain a little bit more about that, Paul. So he's just trying to push them out of the wind and make them go slower. How does that work?
Well, as I said, the favored way in the past days on the downwind legs has been to continue on starboard. And so Robert got inside the Poles, and he wanted to push the race to the right. That's where he wanted to be because it's the favored side to be. But he started to pass the Poles on the inside and actually to leeward. He wasn't going to go right on through them. I mean, he is fast and he is superhuman, but he couldn't just blow right through their bad air. So at a certain point he said, okay, it's time to jibe away, get clear air again, and get our machine going up to 100% again. And so he jibes away now, and you're going to see him just stretch on the fleet.
Well, Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada looking like they're getting into a bit of clean air. They're 7 meters ahead of the Poles, incredibly close there. And far at the top of our screen, we can see the Italians coming back into this competition. Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi, and that is a phenomenal result. And then it went far left going down the course, and looks like it's beginning to pay off for them.
Yep, they've they're again, they had the clear air, Digby. That's what they got going for them. And the waves are more surfable today than they have been in the past few days. So stringing 2 or 3 waves together can gain you 20 meters in a heartbeat. The guy who's surprising me here a little bit of not performing great is Rohart. I really expected more out of him. It'd be interesting to hear from the guys on the course how the wind speed is doing, if it's still blowing 14 or is it increased?
Well, we can do just that. Louis Habib, you've got a couple of Olympians with you, Tyler Bjorn and PJ Postma. PJ fourth at the Olympics in the Finn class last year at the UK Olympic Games. Just talk us about the wind strengths and what's going on out there, Louis.
Yes, Digby. The wind strength is pretty stable in terms of direction. It might have just gone down a knot or two, the breeze. We don't have any instruments on the boat here. But just had a chat with PJ about the Italians who have gone out on their own, and he's put out another important factor. The fact of the matter is, out of the pack, the waves have not been broken, so there are more waves to surf down. And that might be a telling factor in why the Italians are doing so well. But they're really, I mean, you can see much better than we can on Virtual Eye how the Italians are doing, but Robert Scheidt and Bruno Prada are screaming away up the front there. And again, they're into waves that aren't broken. I think that's something to add to Paul's comment earlier. Back to you in the studio. We'll be down at the bottom mark in a bit. We're going to put the hammer down with Matt here.
Thank you very much, Louis. Well, we can tell you that Robert Scheidt and Bruno Prada have pulled out a whacking great 57-metre lead over, looks like Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Farty, with Kuznidovic and Zitsky in third position. There's a real battle on here for this second place. There's nothing in it between second, third and fourth, and they're all lined across. I think the Italians have got a chance here out on their own in that clean wave, and they're doing 6 knots, and we can begin to see a little bit of the speed difference as they pick up speed on a wave and surf them down, and that's what they're all doing out there. And pretty exciting drag race down towards that bottom gate. Scheidt and Prada, again, just unbelievable how good they are downwind, and you know, you'd be pushed not to put money on them for the grand final coming up for the next race. So just a reminder, the bottom 3 in this race will be knocked out, and it's a real humdinging battle, and it looked like Negri and Lambertenghi have just climbed up from 5th to 4th and now in 3rd position. Pretty good stuff from the Italians.
Yeah, again, the clear air and the smooth, the open ocean, so they can work the waves, is working out for the Italians. It's weighing more than the favor of the side. Really with this more breeze today, the boats are sailing pretty deep too. So if you look at the spread across the course, it's not very much. I mean, they're probably only 300 meters apart from max right to max left. So there isn't going to be a big current differential over that distance. One thing the listeners might be interested to know is Robert Scheidt lives on Lake Garda now, and his normal daily training routine is to wake up in the morning. In Garda, the wind blows out of the north from 8 to 10, then it dies, and from noon to the afternoon, it blows out of the south. He wakes up, he sails his laser for 2 hours downwind, stops someplace, has lunch, has a coffee, and then the wind shifts around, and he sails downwind for 2 more hours back home. So this guy trains downwind 4 hours a day. And, the guy deserves to be, anybody who puts in that much effort is going to be better than the rest, and that's Robert Scheidt. That's why he's won his 9th Laser Worlds last week.
Oh, that's phenomenal insight, Paul. Thank you very much for that. He really is, and he has that focused look. He's determined. This is his profession. He's one of the best small boat sailors in the entire world, one of the best Olympic sailors we've ever seen, and it's a privilege to have him here at the Star Sailors League, giving us a little masterclass. But remember, in race number 12, the grand finale, there will only be 4 boats on that start line, so nothing is guaranteed, and Robert was very aware of that this morning. But the story right now is the surge from Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi. They're coming back from the back of this little small fleet, and they're up to 2nd place at the moment. And that was a master stroke of tactics. They found a bit of clean air, their own piece of ocean to surf down, no one disturbing them, and and the Italians are going to be absolutely delighted with that. Super downwind sailing by Diego Negri and Lambertenghi. Mendelblatt and Fati, they always seem to be in third position. You know, we've been watching 11 races, and these guys have been just ultimately incredibly consistent. And you know them well, Paul, the Americans, Mendelblatt and Brian Fati, and yeah, you've got a lot to say about those guys.
Yep, they're very good. Mark went to the Olympics in '04 in the laser class, so he's a laser sailor. He's got good downwind skill, and then he went on to the Star in 2008 or 2012. Sorry. An interesting thing about Negri, remember they jibed right around the windward mark, and they haven't jibed since, and they're going to lay the leeward gate. So what's happened here is that the wind did shift right up that last windward leg. The boats are able to lay straight down the course on port. So some of these other guys, like Rohart, sailed too long on starboard and actually gave away distance, and that allowed Negri to basically sail a shorter distance. Another interesting thing is, in certain wave conditions, being able to sail hotter in a starboat isn't faster, because the boat only goes a certain speed. It's a heavy boat. It doesn't just start planing like a 505, and you get your max VMG from being able to sail downwind, dead down the waves. So when you overstand, you just simply lose.
Well, we're at the bottom mark now, and I'm going to fly out to Louis Habib. All action down there, super close.
Yeah, hi there, Digby. Yeah, it's all going on at the bottom mark here. The interesting tactic there from the Brazilian team, they put in a jibe to go to the left-hand mark, and as Tyler just been pointing out to me, they have gone left, but they would have been looking back to see if the boats were going to go right. They'd have just gone straight back on them. So being able to keep their options open. We saw Paul and Coy have a very bad mark rounding, and I'm just going to put Tyler on and say, you know, boat handling skills in the Star is quite incredible. In the 5 seconds at the bottom mark, Tyler's just going to run through what are you got to do in those 5 seconds.
Yes, I mean, when you watch these guys do their rounding, it's pretty impressive. You got about 12 maneuvers to go through in that 5 seconds. You got to do that. You got to bring the pole back, lift the halyard off the jib so the jib comes back down the deck, get the tack back on, get the mast back. If you're going to pull the jibe, get the new backstays on, and at the same time, the skipper's got to pull about 40 feet of main sheet on, and I'll do all that as soon as possible and be ready to tack, just like Bruno and Sheikh was trying to do to cover the fleet. So it gets pretty hectic down there, and that 5 seconds is a lot of hectic and physical maneuvering to do, and these guys have it all down pat.
Yeah, thanks very much for that insight, Tyler. So we've got the last beat for this race, and I'm going to hand you back to Digby Fox and the Virtual Eye to tell you how they're doing. Digby, over to you.
Thank you very much, Louis, and thanks, Tyler. So an awful lot going on for the crews, the teams, as they go round the bottom gate. And now we're looking at the upwind picture, and it's quite interesting. The Italians, again, sailing their own race. They've gone far right. Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi, who read it so well going down the run to the bottom gate, climbed about 5 places, and they're heading straight out to the right. And they have Rohart and Ponceau right behind them, with Kuznerovic and Zitsky right there in that little clump heading right.
You know, an interesting thing, Digby, must be that the right-hand gate looking downwind was favored. It was more upwind, let's say, than the left-hand gate, because Mendelblatt was third coming into the leeward mark behind Diego Negri, and he rounded the right-hand gate, same as Scheidt, and he's now ahead of Negri. And Scheidt made an extra jibe. He was laying in on the left-hand gate, and he made an extra jibe to go to the right-hand gate. So all those things together tell me that the right-hand gate looking downwind was a little favored, and Diego Negri went from second to third because of that, and Mendelblatt went from third to second.
Well, okay, there's a big split now. We can see the German team of Staniek and Klein heading out to the left-hand side. I'm guessing in 6th position, they're kind of rolling the dice a little bit. They need to do something a little bit different, just see what they can do.
Yeah, that's probably absolutely right. He's going to bang the left corner. It's what Robert talked about in his interview a little bit. You know, as people as we move along in these races, people on the bubble are going to start taking some risks, and that's what Staniek's doing.
Well, it's paying off, yeah. It's just moved up. Not bad. Well,
yeah,
we'll
here
see.
we have to be careful because as the fleet gets spread, this is based on a true wind direction. So the wind can shift out there, and we can have big changes the more spread there is across the fleet and distance.
Well, this format, interesting race format in this whole Star Sailors League, very much come from the Star Sailors themselves. One of those guys, Xavier Rohart, two-time Star World Champion, bronze medalist at the Olympics in 2004. He is one of the instigators of the format in this league, and we caught up with him this morning. He's not doing so well right now, but we caught up with him this morning to talk about the racing today. Rohart, sailing with Pierre-Alexis Ponceau. You've had a very consistent regatta so far. You've made the top 10, and now the score sheet is clean. So it starts again.
Everything starts again. We start from zero now. It was like a good warm-up for us. Maybe a bit concerned because Robert is looking really strong. And Mark and Diego also very solid, so it's going to be really, really tough out there. We have some tricks in our game to play also, so it could be interesting to see there.
Now, you can't just say we have some tricks to play. What kind of tricks? Come on, spill the beans, because none of these guys are going to see this during the race.
No, that's tricks you will see on the race course. We have some gear to push up again, so it's all right.
Nice, some aces in the pack. We like that. Very good. And just tell me how sailing with Pierre-Alexis, how is the vibe between you two? How is the relationship and the teamwork going?
Yeah, it's going better and better and better every races, every minute. So now we are in a good mood together. A good feeling for the decisions, on the driving and all the rocking downwind and the pressure we need, and so it's going well together.
And final question, a lot of this vision for the format of the competition is coming from you and the sailors, and you rallying the sailors and canvassing them for opinion, and now it's coming to fruition. You must be pretty proud of that.
No, nothing. It's really teamwork, so I don't own anything, It was good to hear everyone and take the good ideas from everyone and try to put it together. So it's a bit extreme for sure, but we like it. It's like races, and we go for it.
Well, good luck out there. Thank you, Xavier.
Goodbye.
Salut. Well, we're back with Virtual Eye, and there was Xavier Rohart this morning just telling us a little bit about the competition. And here it is. It's all playing right in front of us. Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi on the right-hand side, about to clash with Kuznedovic and Zitsky. Polgar and Kloy in the mix there in that second row. Mendelblatt and Fati. There's nothing between those two guys, those three boats. Rohart, Ponceau. The leaderboard is giving them 6th position, and then Staniek and Clean right out there in their own wind. They're just playing their own game and kind of rolling the dice a little bit, banging that left-hand corner going upwind. So a duck there, Polgar and Koy just ducking behind Kuznedovic and Zitsky, and Negri and Lambertenghi are going to clash, I think, with the German crew just down here. I think Polgar and Koy have to duck behind Negri and Lambertenghi. So pretty close. Paul, it's all to play for. Mendelblatt and Fati, very consistent in their little pocket there, and I'd put money on them making the final.
Yeah, well, it is very close to positions 2 through 5, and someone's not going to make the cut there. So they're all very close right now. They're just within 10 meters of each other, so the final approach to the windward mark could be very important. A foul by anybody would just take them right out of the game because they'd have to do a penalty turn. So it'll be interesting watching this unfold here.
Well, a critical moment of the race. Staniek and Klein right over on the left-hand side, going up the beat. We spoke to Staniek as well. We'll carry on watching Virtual Eye, but let's catch up with Robert Staniek. Robert Staniek sailing with Fritjof Klein. Robert, 10 boats into this first race. There's a lot on the line here. There's prize money at stake. Are there any butterflies in your heart today?
I'm excited to go out there and race, but I'm not nervous. Probably it's the last race with the top guys. You never know. Huh? Since the Olympics, we haven't seen each other for 1.5 years. So I'm really proud to be there on the starting line with the top 10 guys.
There's some big names out there in that top 10 and some surprises as well. Augie Diaz, 59 from Miami. Pretty good to see one of the elder sailors out there making that cut.
Yeah, I mean, he is a top sailor. He was always a top sailor and he has a very good crew. And I think during the last 1.5 years, a lot of us had a break, tired a little bit from all that Olympic schedule. And Augie kept on sailing, and he's a smart sailor, so he did well, and he's there and qualified for the finals.
Well, a lot of smart sailors out there. Now, how are you going to beat them all?
I think today is we have a lot of more wind than in the qualifying races, so I think mentally and especially physically it's going to be really hard today. So probably it's a little bit an advantage for the younger guys, like probably Fritjof and me, and yeah, we will see. We give our best.
Well, good luck out there.
Thank you very much.
Well, Paul, we're going to find out if that tactic by Robert Staniek and Fritjof Klein is going to pay off, banging the corner far left, and they're now on port tack. There's nearly 500 metres between the next boat, Rohard and Ponceau, coming in, and it's getting crunchy in the middle with Diego Negri just 3 metres above Polgar and Coy. Rohard, Ponceau, a little bit to do. Staniek and Klein taking a gamble and a bit of a flyer. Still could pay off though, could it, Paul?
Looking unlikely now, Digby. It never, it was a flyer. The rest of the fleet's in the right for a reason. We have a history of sailing here all week. We know that the right's generally favored, so not likely Staniek's coming back. Rohart passed him even with the amount of right he took. It's a heck of a race for that 4th spot. We've got really 4 boats within 15 meters of each other, so it's going to be all on for the rest of the race between those 4.
Okay, super close racing, and this was the dream of the Star Sailors League, to get some of the best sailors in the world hammering around the racecourse. And Bridie from Virtual Eye is pointing out, if you have any questions for us, you can go on to Twitter and hashtag #AskDigby with any questions. And Bridie's just pointing that somebody has asked us. They're sailing course 3 for the final race, upwind finish. Interesting. Great, thank you very much. So if you have any questions, that was information from Bridie, not a question. Thank you, appreciate that. Hashtag #AskDigby, but we've got some information from the race committee there that the final race is going to be an upwind finish. So towards the top mark, Scheid and Prada, a 64-meter lead. I think they're going to be untouchable in this race. Kuznedovic and Zitsky in second place. Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi in third position. And then it's super, super tight for this 4th, 5th and 6th position. Mendelblatt and Fati in the mix there with Polgar and Coy and Rohar and Ponceau right over at the top of our screen. They took a left-hand flyer as well, and it's looking difficult to them. So I think it's all about the 5th, 4th and 3rd place boats here, Paul, trying to make that top 4 cut, and it's going to get interesting as they approach this top mark.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. The interesting thing here is how much Robert Scheid has actually stretched up this beat. I think he's put 20 meters on since the leeward mark, or 15 anyway, and Robert's not usually, he's fast, but, a lot of these guys are fast upwind. But on this particular windward leg, he's stretched out a little bit. So he's got the race pretty much in the bag. given his downwind speed.
And just have a look at here at the German team of Polgar and Coy. They've hit the ley line already extremely early, and so they're going to be hammering away. No more tacks to do, so that could see them take a scalp or two. I'm not sure.
It could, Digby, but that's a hard call. You know, they've probably still got a minute and a half to the mark, so maybe they hit the ley line, or maybe they sailed a boat length and a half too far, in which case, you know, that's a loss. So, but you can do that in a small fleet because, as you can see, all their traffic, positions 2, 3, and 4, they're heading to the left ley line. So the good news for Polgar is that no one's going to come over and give him dirty air. So he is sailing in on the windward mark, and you would never be able to do that in a world championship because there'd be too many boats coming across and tacking on your air from a minute and a half out.
Well, different tactics and strategies to an Olympic class fleet. We're in the Star Sailors League semi-final here in Nassau, the Bahamas, approaching the top mark. Another masterclass by Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada, and the leaderboard is showing us Kuznerovic and Zitsky in second, Negri and Lambertenghi in third, with Mendelblatt and Fati in the mix there.
There's a big duck, somebody ducking Mendelblatt there, so the Italians, Negri had to duck Mendelblatt. Now, again, this will be really interesting because when they come back together again, Mendelblatt will be on starboard, Negri will be on port. So if they sail evenly all the way up here, Negri might just cross, but that's a very risky cross. So Mendelblatt has a pretty powerful position here.
Well, it's great to get some insight from Paul Kayard as we approach that top mark. I think I might fly out to Loué Habib on the water, where we can see your position just above the spacer mark. Loué, here is Robert Scheid going round the mark. Loué Habib.
Yes, indeed. Robert Scheid, Bruno Prada around the top mark, reaching off on the spreader. It looks like the Polish team are going to be in second place. And as Paul Kayard was pointing out, there's a right old ding-dong going on with Mendelblatt and Negri, and they didn't have to duck them, the Mendelblatt Negri earlier on, but Mendelblatt has definitely made the top mark first, virtually overlapped with the Italians. And that's looks like one of the German teams. I think that's Polgar and Coy is in that fourth berth. There's a little bit of a gap then to Rohan and Ponso, and then Staniek, that, as you say, bang that corner. He's coming in last. So at the moment, that's how it's looking on the water. The wind speed has gone down just a little bit, and it'll be interesting to see the tactics of the run, and we'll definitely be pulling in Tyler and PJ for some more commentary. But for now, back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Loué. So just to confirm there, Polgar and Coy fifth around that top mark, Rohard and Ponso sixth, and Staniek and Klein a long way behind the leader, at least 200 meters behind Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada. So the danger is for the bottom three here. Polgar, Coy, Rohard, Ponso, Staniek, Klein. But it was pretty clever sailing by Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi. Remember, in the beginning of this regatta, they had two fantastic race wins. They hit the deck running, and they're on form here. Diego Negri has been training really hard for this regatta. He really wants it, and he's in that fourth slot. So the top four from this race will go to the big showdown final, and the bottom three are going to get knocked out right here. And so we're looking at the danger, the fourth position. Who can attack Negri and Lambertenghi?
Well, that's exactly right. Right now, Polgar is on the cut line, and he's 50 meters behind Negri. So we have to watch that distance and see if it starts to diminish at all, if Polgar and Coy can start to make some inroads on Negri. There was a pretty big gap. What was very close between 2, 3, 4, and 5 got to be a bit of a gap there, about 40 meters at the top mark between 4th and 5th. So let's see if Polgar can make some inroads. They are down to leeward. I can see they've already gapped down a bit, so that's some distance shaved off. But what's important here, again, is to have a nice clear lane. Still probably 6-7 minutes of sailing to go, so a long time. And what's important is to have clear air, clear water, and be able to work these waves. You can get a lot out of that.
Well, let's go back out on the water to Loué Habib. You are right next to Polgar and Coy, and you have a couple of Olympians with you, Tyler Bjorn and PJ Postma. Just letting you know, it's very hard to hear when you put PJ on and Tyler on. So, Loué, just pick their brains. What can you see? How are these guys getting on, the Germans, Polgar and Coy?
Well, we've been having a discussion here about, what would we, what would PJ do, what would Tyler do in a situation if they're out of that top four? And an interesting point PJ made was that, there is money for different places here. So, yeah, okay, you might not make that top four, but if you can get the guy in front, you're going to be earning more prize money. So, they still have plenty to play for at the back here in terms of that. Although, at the moment, it looks pretty much like the top four, as you see it, are going to go well. But having said that, Polgar and Coy, they've got a chance. They've got a fantastic chance of getting back into that top four, but at the moment I think it's unlikely. But I might be buying you that drink back if I get that wrong, Digby. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Loué, and keep your eyes peeled on Polgar and Coy and Negri and Lambertenghi, because that is the battle at the moment to make that top cut. And just to let people know that the top prize here is $40,000, 30,000 for second, 25 for third, and interestingly, it kind of ranks right the way down through the 18 teams here. Fourth place, 19,000, fifth place, 15, sixth place, 12, and seventh place, $10,000. So, there's a couple of $1,000 in a place change here, Paul, and that's going to make a difference. It's going to kind of sharpen your focus a little bit.
Yeah, I was hearing the guys' commentary on that, and that's true. There's, even if you're 6th and 7th, you're fighting for that spot. I guess at a certain point you have to become realistic and accept that you're not going to be in the top four, and try, if you're in 6th, to protect 6th. It's just, we've forgotten all about Robert Scheidt, but meanwhile he's, slapped on another 30 meters on the downwind leg. He's out to a 110-meter lead. The guy's just, he's sailing a different kind of boat. It must be like a meter longer than everybody else's boat. I don't know.
Well, that was a great insight that he trains on his lake and spends 4 hours a day. It could even be more, downwind all the time. And he just walks straight back into the laser, having not been in the class for a long time. And that laser is so hard. I actually learned to sail one this year. I can't tell you how hard that boat is to sail and make it go fast. And he just nailed his World Championship there in Oman. Quite impressive, and we've almost forgotten him, haven't we? He's in his own league.
Well, we can't even see him on the screen. He's 130 meters ahead. Oh, here we go. There he is. There's another boat out there. Look at that. Robert Scheidt. Yeah, I've heard of that name. Yeah, I sailed one Laser Worlds in my life. I was 18 years old, and it was hard then.
Yeah. Well, a first-class world athlete, Robert Scheidt, sailing with Bruno Prada, and a 134-meter lead as they romp down towards the finish line. So we're going to catch back with that incredible competition for fourth place. Kuznedovic and Zitsky in second place. Mendelblatt and Fatih, again, their favourite position, third. And Negri and Lambertenghi just holding off Polgar and Coy. Not long towards the finish, under 1,000 metres. And Polgar and Coy doing everything they possibly can to attack the Italians to get into the final. I might just catch up with Loué out there on the water. Loué, we're talking about Polgar and Coy trying to attack the Italians.
And a minute or so ago, we saw Polgar and Coy jibe, and it looked like they were jibing to put Negri and Lambertini into bad air. So they're trying to take their air. As we see it on the water, I'd say there's only 3 boat lengths between them, but at the moment, the Italians have the advantage. It's got a lot flatter. There aren't as many waves to surf down, and it's down to technique on the pumping. And at the moment, the Italians are rocking the boat probably a little better than the German team. And at the moment, the Italians have definitely got the advantage over Polgar and Coy as we see it on the water. Back to you in the studio, Digby.
Well, I think that's good information, Loué, good information, because Negri and Lambertenghi, if anything, are pulling ahead of the Germans. They've just, in those last few minutes, have pulled out a few boat lengths on the Germans, Polgar and Coy, and so they're beginning to look safe, Paul.
Yeah, the safety's in the trend, and the trend is that they've been 40 meters ahead on the whole run, and there's been no inroads made by Polgar and Coy. So now with just a quarter of the run left, it's unlikely that Polgar and Coy are going to find a new gear and overhaul Negri. In fact, it looks like Negri's getting pretty threatening on Mendelblatt. So Negri's going real well. I think he's safe in fourth.
And we haven't talked very much about Matt Kuznierovic and Dominik Zicki. The Poles have played their own game. They played a phenomenal regatta, the whole thing. They've been very cheerful. They've been loving coming here. Mateusz Kuznierovic was telling us there's 3 inches of snow back in Poland, so he's quite happy to be in the sunshine, and he's pulling off a great series of races here, comfortably in second place, but he's being attacked as we speak by Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fati, with Negri and Lambertenghi in the mix there. So it's getting quite exciting as we head down towards the finish line. Not much in it. We know that Bruno Prada and Robert Scheidt are going to win this race. They've got a 140-meter lead, but look at this lineup for second place, second, third, fourth, and fifth position, Polgar and Coy. The top 4 boats, remember, are going to go through to the next race, and there's a cracking little duel going on between the Italians and Mendelblatt and Fati, the Americans, and the Poles, Kuznierovic and Zicki.
Yeah, one of the things that's going on here, Digby, is the current is moving from left to right on the course. And often this week we've all gone a little too far on starboard before jibing onto port tack. You might have seen yesterday's race, the one where I did well in the first race. Mendelblatt was leading the race. He went a little too far. I jibed inside, Robert jibed inside, and we all laid down into the finish, and we rolled over Mark. He went from first to third because of that. Now, the Poles look a little bit dangerous to me in that they don't even look like they look like their natural course to sail would be to the right of the finish line. So they're going to have to turn left and come up towards the finish line. And as I was saying before, in certain conditions in the starboat, just sailing a hotter angle is not necessarily faster because the boat wants to surf the waves down. And so you get in this awkward angle against the waves and you're not optimizing your speed. I think Negri's in a very powerful position here and could easily come in second in this race.
Well, as you were talking, Paul, Negri and Lambertenghi just climbed up to second place on Virtual Eye, heading down towards the finish line. Great drag race between those 3 boats. I think Polgar and Coy, I'm not sure if they can make it. It's looking unlikely. I'm going to just quickly throw to Louis out on the water. Louis Habib, we can see your white boat at the top of the screen. You've got a real bird's eye line of sight view on this. Louis.
Yes, indeed we have. The Brazilians just about to go through the line, but as you say, the second, third and fourth, they are all overlapped here. And we can see exactly what the technique is like because we're in line with them. And it's like 3 rowing boats coming through, pulling towards the line. And the Italians definitely have their mojo going. They've got slightly different rig set up. Their rig looks further forward. They're rolling the boat more. And the tactic seems to be paying off, particularly in these lighter conditions. But very impressive downwind performance by the Italians. And psychologically, for the final, which they are looking like they're definitely making, that might be a very big boost. Their downwind performance is excellent. We've seen their very quick upwind. Mendelblatt has been good the entire regatta, and he's getting another third. And as we speak, the Polish team as well. So, yeah, I'm afraid to say Polgar and Coy, 3, 4, 5 boat lengths behind. They're gonna lose out here in that 5th spot. So back to you in the studio, Digby. Really looking forward to this final, I can tell you.
Thank you very much, Louis. So to confirm, Negri and Lambertenghi in second, Scheidt and Prada, masterclass, incredible, sailed their own race, miles ahead in first, Mendelblatt and Fati in third place, and Kuznierovic and Zicki just taking the fourth to get into the grand final. Polgar and Coy, the Germans, they tried everything they could. They threw everything at the Italians to get into fifth, but no, they're in fifth place, and followed by Xavier Rohart and Pierre-Alexis Ponceau, with Staniek and Klein in seventh position. So I think Xavier Rohart's going to be pretty gutted about that. He was really confident this morning, and is really hoping to get into that top four, as are all the teams here. But that's going to be a blow for the Frenchman.
Yeah, I picked him to make the Final Four myself, so I'm a little surprised in his performance in the second race. He didn't look like he was going terribly well upwind, and usually he's fast upwind. So, but everybody's good out there, and I mean the outstanding thing here is that after 53 minutes of sailing, Robert Scheidt wins the race over second place by a full minute, and the next three boats are within 4 seconds. So it's just two different levels out there.
Well, we have a question on Twitter, Paul. Somebody asking, well, can anybody beat Scheid and Prada? Asked by Boa1, whoever that is. Boa1 says, can anyone beat these guys, the Brazilians?
I'd say the only people who can beat Scheidt and Prada is Scheidt and Prada. And that's if they make a mistake.
Telling it like it is, Paul. Very nice. So, wow, okay, that is it for the semi-final. We have one more race to come, the grand final for the top prize of $40,000 US. Everyone is putting their money on Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada, but remember, all these results now are irrelevant. It's just going to be a 4-boat race, and that is going to be the order of the winners. So join us in 10 minutes or so. The next race is going to be an upwind finish, course number 3, and we're just going to take a little breather in the Bahamas, and very exciting stuff. Unfortunate for Xavier Rohart and Pierre-Alexis Ponceau, but great job by Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi and the Poles Matthias Kuznierovic and Dominik Zicki. We'll be back in a moment, and we'll see how the other two teams, Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fati, get on against the brilliant Brazilians Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada. Back in a moment. Welcome back to Nassau in the Bahamas for the Star Sailors League Grand Finale. This is the last race of the Star Sailors League Championship. Just 4 teams in it. Robert Scheidt and Bruno Prada, who are showing a clean pair of heels to the rest of the fleet. These guys are going to be extremely hard to beat. They have an extra gear downwind, and they're showing us a masterclass of star sailing. Also in the final, we have Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi from Italy. They started the regatta extremely strongly, and they've made the top 4 cut. Then Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Farty also in that top 4. Very consistent racing for this regatta. And also we have the Polish team of Mateusz Kuzniewicz and Dominik Zicki. So 4 nationalities, 4 teams. We're going to fly out onto the water and get into the sequence. I think we must be 1 minute 45 in the studio. We have Paul Kayard, America's Cup legend, a star world champ, and a match racing champion as well. And Paul, full boats, a short start line. It's getting interesting, isn't it? This is going to be a really, really hard race.
Yeah, it is going to be a hard race. It's going to be all about speed, really. Everybody's going to have a clean lane, and Robert Scheidt's just going to be very, very tough to beat. We know about his downwind speed, and then in the last race he was even gaining upwind. So it's going to be tough for anybody to beat Robert.
Well, in some ways, it's his to lose, on his form, and that also is a hard position to be. And, dramas and upsets do happen. Yes, here we go. On the start, Robert Scheidt, pin end, all boats off to a pretty clean start there, Paul.
Well, dead even start. There's only 4 boats there, so there's no reason to be off the line. Yeah, dead even. Robert in the same position he was in the second race. He likes that leeward end. Mendelblatt pretty much in the same position he was too, just to windward of Robert. So good lineup. Right now, Negri's controlling the race, really. Nobody can tack and cross him. So everybody's going to go left as long as Diego wants them to go left. He will probably tack pretty soon. My guess is he started up at the windward end because he wants to go to the right.
Well, he's done that consistently through the regatta, Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi, and he did extremely well in that last race. I think him going right was him getting into the top 4. The Italians very keen. They've been training extremely hard for this regatta, and here they are in that top 4. So a dream come true for the Italians, and as is for Kuzniewicz and Zicki, up there mixing it with Robert Scheidt and Bruno Prada and Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Farty. So a little tack there by the Poles and a tack by the Italians. So a split already. We're seeing a gain line by Scheidt and Prada, all already in first place. And there are the Americans tacking across. And let's see what Robert Scheidt, what's he going to do?
He's going to attack pretty soon. Again, remember, all Robert has to do is be close to everybody at the windward mark, and he's going to win the race downwind. So there's no way he's going to split at all. And Negri predictably tacked just in front of the poles because he wants to control the right side of the course.
Okay, so a different composition now. Everybody on port tack. So who's controlling the race now, Paul?
Really Robert is, because anybody who tacks now, Robert's going to cross. So that they all want to get to the right. The right is the favored way to go. So now they're just going to line up and have a drag race out to the right and see who's got the wheels and who doesn't. And, already Robert is going really well. Now, one thing that could be playing into the game right now is that these guys have already expended quite a bit of energy in today's 2 races. It's been a little windier. It's been really active downwind. A couple of these guys have been on the bubble in a few races, so they've really had to expend a lot of energy just staying in the hunt. And Robert is the fittest guy here. He's the fastest downwind, but the fitness is coming in. And, in the last race, for the first time, we actually saw him stretch out upwind as well. And that's a little indicative that he's still able to hike really hard upwind, and maybe some of the others are conserving energy upwind.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how Mark Mendelbrat and Brian Farty attack Robert Scheid. They've had a consistent set of results, and here they are in the grand final. There's quite a lot at stake in this race, Paul. There's quite a lot of prize money between first, second, third and fourth, and so these guys are fighting for glory and prize money here in Nassau in the Bahamas. So Diego Negri, Sergio Lambertenghi taking the far right corner with Kuznerovic and Dominic Zicki just there, Mendelblat and Farty in the middle, and middle is not a bad place to be.
Well, the middle's okay. Everybody's got clear air. I think what you're going to see pretty quickly is Mendelblat and the Poles and Negri fighting for second. That's really, unfortunately, going to be the race here. Robert's just on a different level, especially if he gets around the first mark first. And as you said, there's a step up in prize money at every position. So, third is better than fourth and so on. So it's going to be a heck of a battle. It should be quite an exciting race between Negri and the Poles and Mendelblat.
Well, we should tell everyone that they are sailing course number 3, which is a windward leeward with an upwind finish. So if you've been watching over the last few days, there is an extra leg for an upwind finish, which is really going to be knackering, isn't it? It's going to be very tiring on the cruise.
Yep, that's old school. We used to finish upwind all the time, and that third beat is a grind for sure.
Well, out on the water, we have our on-the-water commentator, Louis Habib, and he has a couple of Olympians with him, Tyler Bjorn and PJ Postma. Postma, the Finn sailor, 4th at the Olympics last year, coming into the class for the first time at the Star Sailors League, and just got pipped for the cut. Louis, I'm wondering, we can see where you are, just trailing the boats. What can you see?
Well, I've just been having a big discussion, PJ Postma, there about the clouds we've got here. We've got quite a big bank of clouds to the land on the left of us, and it is extending out and seems to be increasing. Now, at the moment, it doesn't have any effect. The wind speed looks pretty even on both sides of the course, maybe slightly more on the right-hand side in the sunshine with that more with more down coming from very high clouds there. But we may see a change during the course of this race from that cloud on the left-hand side. I was listening into to Paul Kayard's comments there on Robert Scheid and the fact the other guys are trying to get the second place, and that may be true. But the prize money is obviously a big effort. But these guys just want to beat each other, and there's not a bigger scalp than Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada. Back to you in the studio, Diggers.
Thanks, Louis. Louis out there with 2 Olympians, Tyler Bjorn and PJ Postma, and getting some good information from the water. Well, we're looking at some VMG angles here. Velocity made good, their actual speed towards the top mark, plus the boat speeds, the pink arrow there. 5 knots boat speeds with VMGs down into the 4s and 3s. So I'm not quite sure how much that is telling us. I mean, that will tell us more if there's a big split across the fleet. But they're making about 4.5 knots towards that top mark, and they're travelling about 5.5 knots in just pure boat speed. A real drag race, as we can see. We can top of the screen 5.3 knots for the Brazilians, and at the bottom of the screen it's the Italians. 5.5, 5.6. So you're getting a little bit of an idea of some boat speeds as they track up the course towards that top mark, and that's quite interesting seeing those boat speeds, Paul.
Yeah, they're variable because the boats are pitching over the waves, and the one thing about the contrast of VMG to boat speed is that you can tell, since the VMGs looks like it's a little over 80% of the boat speed, so that's indicative of a type of boat that sails pretty close to the wind. And the Star does, as these guys are tacking through about 72, 73 degrees in these conditions. Starboat's close-winded. But anyway, they're approaching, getting out to the right side of the course. There's just a little under 1,000 meters left to the windward mark. And so my guess is Diego Negri is going to have to tack at some point under the ley line because he's in 4th place and he doesn't want to get all the bad traffic, the gas from the traffic that's in front of him. In fact, there he goes. He just tacked.
Well, you predicted that perfectly, and you saw his track just kind of waver towards the right. There was a bend in his track line, so he was obviously taking a bit of a knock, and then he decided to tack on that knock. Everyone else sticking to port tack. Negri's going to have to weave his way through. We're seeing the top 4 boats in the Star Sailors League duke it out for the grand finale and the big prize money, and quite a lot of difference between those prizes. 40,000 for first, 30,000 for second, and then 25 for third. And fascinating sailing, just 4 boats on the racetrack. We're getting a fantastic view in virtual eye. We have Loué out there on the water giving us an eyeball of conditions, and Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada already extending a lead of 21 metres over Kuznirovic and Zitsky. The Poles, 4 nationalities on the racetrack, which is interesting, and these crews battling extremely hard. And I wonder if we could just pass over very quickly, Paul, to your crew. Austin Sperry, you guys have been hammering away here, and Austin, you're a long-time crewman here, Olympian in the star class, and right now you, these boys, the crews, are going to be hanging right off the boat and really working it.
Yeah, this is coming down to it. 3rd race of the day, 12th overall. Over the last 4 days, these guys are tired, and today's the windiest day it's been, so obviously the survival of the fittest, I think, is going to ring true here. Robert and Bruno, they're going to run away with it.
Well, great little battle going on for first position here. Kuznirovic beginning to take it to the Brazilians. So the Poles and the Brazilians very close together on the race course. How is that going to be for the 2 boats there?
Yeah, well, the Poles are going to have to tack away here because, it looks like it closed up a lot, but Robert put in an extra tack, and slowly but surely, my guess is Robert's going to give bad air to the Poles, and they'll have to go away, and that'll be a gain to the Brazilians again.
Okay, so Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada just kind of pouring their exhaust fumes back onto the poles, and we'll probably see that 14 metres begin to stretch out. And I'm guessing, there they go. The Poles didn't like to sit there, as you said, Paul, and tacked straight away out there towards the right-hand side. So the Brazilians controlling this race right at the front of the fleet, but the battle for second position is wide open, Austin.
Yeah, I guess that Matus is going to come back pretty quick just to stay in touch with the fleet. He's the furthest right boat. Probably not a lot of upside continuing on port, but time will tell here. My guess would be come back before not too long.
Well, out on the water, Loué Habib. Loué, you're tracking up with the boats, and looks like you have Kuznirovic and Zitsky coming towards you. We know that Bruno Prada and Robert Scheid are leading this race, but the battle for second is all on.
Yes, it certainly is. I think there's a fair bit of separation between the battle for second place. The Polish team, from what we can see, look like they're in second. Just sort of going back a little way down that beat, we saw Medemblat and Fatty get a real dose of the slows for at least about a minute, and I asked PJ Postma what he thought might be happening there. And he says maybe they picked something up. Maybe they got a bit of rubbish or some weed or something on the keel. But they seem to have cleared that and got their speed back. But, they definitely had a dose of the slows for at least a minute, which has sort of put them down. But obviously, we can see Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada in a commanding position with the boats, about 300 metres from the pin, would you say? Would you say, PJ? How far from the pin would they be? From the top mark, windward mark, yeah, about 300 metres. So that's over to you in the studio, Digby, and we'll tell you if there's any incidents at this first top mark for the final.
Thanks very much, Loué. Well, coming now to about 250 metres towards the top mark, and Scheid and Prada now engaging with the Italians Negri and Lambertenghi just crossing ahead there, and they're heading out towards the port ley line, and 22 metres over second place Kuznirovic and Zitsky, and Scheid and Prada will tack back over and sit comfortably. So incredible battle going on between the Poles and the Americans here. Mendelblatt and Fatih, Louis was telling us, had a bit of a slow patch, and I'm guessing, Louis was speculating maybe they picked something up. He wasn't quite sure, something around the keel, but they definitely sailed a little bit slower. They're in 4th position now. They're just engaging with the Italians on starboard, and let's see if the Italians ducking right behind them. So Mendelblatt and Fatih climbing up to 3rd place there, and the Italians ducking behind the Poles. So you can see the tracks very clearly. It's very easy to distinguish who's who now. Robert Scheid, the red track there on the left-hand side, coming over towards the starboard ley line to go round the first top mark. So here it is, the Star Sailors League Grand Final. Top mark rounding, and we're going to see a very good, clear indication of who's winning and the order of racing here. We have Paul Kayard in the studio, and Paul, some little shenanigans and tactics going on between the boats right now.
Well, one thing interesting is that Mateusz from Poland has actually gained, cut Robert's lead down a little bit. So it looks like upwind, at least the Poles are, all the boats are pretty competitive. Robert isn't dominating that much upwind. Now, the Negri ducked. Mendelblatt went out on the ley line. Here comes Robert, tacks on him. So now Negri's in a tough spot unless Robert's a little overstood. It'll be interesting to see if Negri can hold on here on starboard despite having Robert in his face. And here come the port tack boats. Here comes Mendelblatt, who's going to... Oh, here comes the Poles. They're going to cross easily. And then Mendelblatt is going to be behind Negri.
Okay, that is the order out on the water. Louis, talk us through the mark rounding.
Well, yes, as Paul Card was pointing out, the Brazilian team round first were giving dirty air to the Italian team, and the Poles capitalised on that coming in on port. It opened up a big enough gap for them to jump into 2nd place. So the Poles are taking advantage of that situation here at the top mark. It's incredibly close, but we've got a real split between the two, if you like, of 2 boat lengths, if you call that a split. It's the Brazilians and the Poles that are leading at the moment in that order, and the Italians and Mendelblatt and Fatih, the American boat, currently are in 4th spot. It'd be interesting to see what they do on this downwind leg, whether they all stay together or if somebody decides to throw the dice and go out of the pack. But, the great expectation here is that the Brazilian team are going to put some boat lengths on the rest of them on the first downwind leg. Back to you in the studio, Digby.
Thanks, Louis. Quite interesting looking at virtual eye. We can see the Polish team attacking the Brazilians, just 12 metres in it, and I'm guessing, Paul, that they can do something to try and block their wind in kind of true match racing fashion.
Yeah, well, as they came around the mark, the Brazilians sailed a little lower than the Poles, and the Poles were up to windward of them and did blanket their wind a little bit and made some initial inroads. But now Robert's gotten himself up into clear air. Okay, there's 12 meters in it right now. We'll just watch and see, but my guess is Robert's going to start being able to work the boat right now for speed and stretch it back out.
And let's look at Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fatih. They've managed to get a little bit of separation from the Italians, and they're trying to get a bit of clean wind and wave out there, and it's for them to attack the Italians now. The Italians in the middle of that little clump there, Diego Negri, Sergio Lambertenghi, and they're trying to attack the Poles just ahead. So there was 17 seconds distance, time from first boat to last boat around that top mark. 17 seconds in it, could be even less right now.
Yeah, I'm watching the meters. There was the 15-meter lead for Robert, which it still is, and there was 40 meters back to Mendelblatt. Now, and that's still staying the same. So really, nothing's changed much since the windward mark. The other thing, as they continue sailing on starboard, that you have to start thinking about is it's going to be an advantage to jibe first here at a certain point, because the current, again, is sweeping these guys from left to right on the course, and we've seen almost every downwind leg Diego Negri make huge gains by being the first guy to jibe and being able to sail his optimal angle all the way down to the leeward mark. So Mendelblatt's kind of in the pole position for that next move. and Robert needs to be worried about, getting stuck out on the right too long.
Well, the Polish team of Mateusz Kuzniewicz and Dominik Zicki having a good attacking race, trying to get one over the Brazilians, and Robert Scheid, Bruno Prada hammering downwind in their customary first place. But it's not as... look at them go. Look, I think the Poles are just beginning to
Poles are catching
gain
a
on
nice
them.
wave. Yeah, it would be interesting to hear from the guys on the water. I think the tide change has knocked the waves down a little bit, so it's smoother seas. Maybe it's a little different condition than we had in the first race, and maybe it's a little less wind. I'm not sure, but so far, obviously, Robert's not stretching away. In fact, the Poles are very threatening.
And talk about threatening, I think the Americans are threatening the Italians as well. The Italians looking like they're trying to jibe away, and
they jibe. They took their standard strategy. They love that strategy of being on the left side of the fleet coming down, and they made that move first.
Well, that's going to be cool to see how that pans out at the bottom mark, and we're going to go back out to the water. Louis, just give us an update. Paul was talking about conditions. What can you tell us about conditions out there?
Yeah, Digby, I can confirm that it's a lot smoother out here. In fact, you could almost call it Mediterranean conditions, and that sort of leads me in to say why the Italians are doing so well. And the Italians are definitely, pulling out to this side of the course, and you just don't know. The interesting thing is, up at the front there, Scheid and Prada, who usually absolutely stomp downwind, the Poles are holding them. They are not pulling away, and that's a very interesting. We haven't seen that at all in this entire regatta, and the Poles are definitely holding them. And as I speak, I wouldn't mind betting on Virtual Eye. You might actually see the Poles taking, well, probably not the lead, but they must be damn close, Digby. But the Italians, I would say they're a real threat out here. They're going extremely well. Perhaps you can tell us on Virtual Eye how the meters are stacking up, Digby.
Well, Louis, you're absolutely correct. Just lead changing as we speak. It's the Poles sailing right through the Brazilians. Kuzniewicz and Zicki taking the lead over Scheid and Prada, and we haven't seen this in a very long time. So the Poles pulling it all out for this race, and the Polish and Brazilian crews battling away downwind and having a great drag race. So fair play to Mateusz Kuzniewicz and Dominik Zicki, taking the lead, and they are super close, and they're engaging, Paul, and I'm guessing that they don't really want to be engaging too much, the Brazilians.
Well, the Brazilians are in a tough spot there because, there's no way for them to pass the Poles. It's be very hard for them to pass the Poles here to leeward because of the bad air. So they're kind of locked in. Diego Negri's up there sailing in his own nice clear space again, and we're not going to see the big gain on the run that we normally have because this game has been played. Robert waited a bit long, and he's trapped on the outside of Mateusz. So I think Mateusz is going to control his progress.
Well, just another lead change as we speak. The Brazilians just taking back. So these guys are pretty much neck and neck going down towards the bottom mark. We're about 3/4 of the way down the track. And these guys, remember, they're going to be doing upwind, downwind, upwind, and downwind, and then the final upwind leg, an extra leg for the last race. And pretty interesting racing. I think Mendelblatt and Fatih 75 meters behind the leaders, but it's not all over. There's still quite a long way to go around this racetrack, and you don't see this often. Neck and neck race. There's absolutely nothing in it between those two top teams. Negri and Lambertenghi, as Paul said, are playing their favorite playbook play, getting out onto the left and sailing into their own clean air, and that could see them do extremely well down towards that bottom gate. Louis Habib, we can see your boat, the white media boat. You've got a bird's eye view. You can see these guys hammering down towards the bottom mark. Louis, it's really cool. It looks like the Italians are beginning to climb up. They're closing down the distance between the two. Kuzniewicz and Zicki in first position, just over Scheid and Prada. Louis.
Yeah, what I can tell you, Digby, is I don't know whether it's snowing in Poland, but we've got a couple of very cool poles out here. They've got PJ's pointing out to me that they've got a much smoother action than the Brazilians, and the poles downwind are quicker than the Brazilians, and we've never said that throughout this whole regatta. So maybe it's getting a bit hot on the Brazilian boats, but the cool poles are definitely pulling away from the Brazilians. As you rightly say, the Italian team are working hard. We've just had a bit more puff come in. There's a bit more breeze. You can see it on the water, and the boats are speeding up. And it looks like the Italians have got that puff first, but are closing in. They are heading for the left-hand side of the course. The Brazilians are coming back. My word, I wouldn't like to call he's going to get this. But at the moment, it looks like the Brazilians are just going to get to that mark first, overlapped with the Poles, and the Italians have made up a huge amount of ground there. Medenblatt and Fati are looking like they're out of the picture. The Italians are going to the right-hand side of the course, away from the Brazilians and the Poles. So we've got a split down here. It'll be interesting to see. Yeah, there you go. The Poles throw in an early tack. They like the right. And the Brazilians are now out on their own on the left-hand side. Back to you in the studio, Digby.
Oh, cracking stuff, Louis, and you really couldn't get much closer. 3 boats within a boat length rounding that bottom mark, the bottom gate, and Negri and Lambertenghi heading out to the right-hand side of the course, Scheid and Prada heading out onto the left-hand side of the course, and the Polish team of Kuzniewicz and Jitski playing up the middle. Mendelblatt and Fati, they're fourth at the moment, last around that gate. They're also heading up the left-hand side, and they have done consistently throughout this regatta, and it's paid off pretty well for the American team. So quite a lot of work for the American team to do. Scheid and Prada now tacking over onto port to engage back with the competition. Wow, I mean, this is closer than we really dreamed of for the final of the Star Sailors League. Paul Kjær has jumped out. I'm pleased to say that we have Michael Hestbeck from Denmark, 4-time Olympian, second 2 in a 49er, 11th in the Star at the Olympics last year, and 8th in the Star Sailors League. Michael, great to have you with us, and that was as close as it gets, eh?
It was interesting to watch that downwind run. Of course, it was obvious to see that the Polish were covering the Brazilians, and they were jibing sort of a little bit of a match race on that downwind. Once the Polish got the inside, it was hard, for the Brazilians to drag race out underneath them, which is impossible. And I don't know what the conditions are out there, but definitely in the race where we were sailing, it seemed like the aggressive sort of pumping really hard in the main works, and Mateusz, being a bigger guy than Scheid, might give him an advantage there.
Okay, thank you, Michael. So this is basically a drag race all around the course, 4 boats in it. I've never seen anything like it for an Olympic class. I know they're not in the Olympics anymore, but it's an Olympic style class, the Star class, just racing with 4 boats for the final. And we thought that Scheid and Prada, before the race, we were all going, yeah, it's theirs to lose. But it's great to see the Polish team taking it to them.
I think, it depends on also what conditions or what the wave state is on the downwind. I spoke with Scheid yesterday, and he seems to continue. I mean, it's been without the pumping, free pumping, it sort of pays to grab it after the cleat, after the ratchet. But most guys, and myself including, try to go directly from the boom. It's quite a bit harder, especially when there's a puff hitting and you're going, rolling down the back of the wave. That the main loads up pretty much, and you would then like to have the safety of the cleats. But if you're if you toughen it out, like it's exactly the same thing the Finns do 1-to-1 on the downwind, the guys who can keep it the longest are the ones that are fast. And depending on the conditions, I think is what varies a little bit on Scheid's advantage. So yeah, I don't know what the wind strength is out there at the moment, but
Well, we can dial straight back out to Louis Habib. Louis, you've got two Olympic-class sailors with you out there on the water, Tyler Bjorn and PJ Postma. PJ fourth in the Finn at the Olympics last year. We're wondering what the wind conditions are at the moment.
Yes, Digby, that cloud cover we talked about earlier was on the left-hand side. That's nearly covered the entire race course now. So PJ Postma reckons it's pretty even on pressure on both sides. Having said that, the pressure's back up to about 12 knots. So we have got some more waves forming. So the next downwind leg will be a different mode to the last one. So these guys will be changing gear on that downwind leg, and they're already changing gear on this upwind leg. We can see that we're right behind the Italian boat here, and we can see Negri is nearly fully hiked. So there's a bit more pressure. It's even on both sides of the course, and the downwind leg will be. They'll be looking at different rig settings for that. They'll be looking for different sail settings for that compared to the last downwind. So it's all to play for here, and there's a bit of change going on in the conditions, Digby, to answer your question.
Thank you very much, Louis. In the studio, Michael Hestbeck from Denmark. You've been sailing with Klaus Olesen during the Star Sailors League, and you've made 8th overall, which is pretty good going. Congratulations for that. You're in the prize money. That's always good. And here we are watching the 4 boats in the grand finale. This is it. Whoever wins this scoops the top prize of $40,000. And at the moment, it's looking like Scheid and Prada. But the Polish team of Kuznierovic and Zitsky are taking it to them. So no one is romping away with this right now. And I wouldn't discount Negri and Lambertenghi or Mendelblatt and Farty. You know, anything could happen out here. There can be wind shifts and anything can happen. So about 10 to 12 knots of breeze, a little bit less wind, a longer course, a longer race. You know, these guys are going to be getting very tired, as Austin was telling us earlier. It's been a hard regatta, this, and you've just come off the water. And just tell us how much are you going to be hiking? These guys are going to be hiking out here.
The stars are, really hard on you on the crews and the helmsmen. From 6 knots and up, you're fully hiking, and from there you depower and flatten the sail and adjust it to the wind. But you're always hiking in the star. There's no way, no place to hide.
Well, it's a heavy keelboat as well, and Matthias Kuznierovic was joking when he was looking at the keel of the Star, and he was patting it and saying, well, that is the 3rd crewman on board. But you guys could really get your weight over the side of this boat, and it makes an enormous difference getting that weight over. And here we are seeing Scheid and Prada hammering upwind. So a massive bird's eye view, a satellite view of the race course. You can see the boats tracking upwind, that red gain line, that is Scheid and Prada just taking it up towards the starboard ley line on this course. And on the left-hand side, Mendelblatt and Farty, and on the furthest right, just tacked with the pink line, the Italians Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi. So it's closer than we thought, Michael, for this final.
It is. Luckily, it's close. I mean, it's way more interesting that way. And now I would think it will form out as a little bit of a match race between the Polish and the Brazilian. The Polish had to go in way early after lay, and we're probably going to see Scheid tack on them, depending a little bit on the wind shifts, whether he wants to cover the right or the left. If he wants to cover the right, he'll sort of tack on his hip, as we say, 90 degrees to the Polish. If you want to cover the left, he'll send them out to the right, obviously. But I think we're going to see him tack sort of 90 degrees to the Polish and just protect the right. Exactly what's happening there.
Yeah. Bingo. And that's why you're top star sailor there, Michael. Read that perfectly. So he really wants to cover his competition here. He doesn't want to kind of lose distance and stay out of touch. Interesting, on the left, we've had the American team now coming into the mix. They've had their own little race in clear air. Mendelblatt and Farty, the purple line, just lee bow tacking over the Italians. I'm guessing they just didn't have enough to get through.
No, I mean they had about 5 meters advances, I think, or something like that. So you got to keep that at 5 up and a boat length and giving 10 meters away, and you don't do that unless you can see something big coming out off the right. So I think they did well to leap out them here.
It's probably not great news though if you're going to be engaging there, and the Italians didn't like to be in that little pocket. They wanted to get out of there because that was definitely going to slow them down.
It's interesting because this is the two last boats got a game on their own, and they got to play that game sort of anticipating where the two leading boats will tack and where their gas is gonna be. So I think Mendelblatt will in not so long tag over and go towards the right again.
Okay, right now, Robert Scheidt and Bruno Prada controlling this game. They have 18 meters over Mateusz Kuznierovic and Dominik Zicki, the Polish team, and the Brazilians beginning to stretch away, beginning to stamp their authority on this grand finale of the Star Sailors League. Mendelblatt and Fatih, the Americans, still heading up in that lineup, and the Italians, Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi, now beginning to play their cards and see what they can do over on the right-hand side of the course. So they've found a little bit of clean air, I think, the Italians.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of clean air with only 4 boats, but what makes it really difficult is that you got sort of a 5-8 degrees wind shift at max, but they're really hard to see out there because of the chop and the sun. So you're playing the compass, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Well, we'll see if that's going to work for the Italian team in just a few moments as the boats approach the top mark for the first time, and interesting stuff in the final race of the Star Sailors League. Just 4 boats in it. The sailors themselves wanted this format of competition, which was to make a top 10 cut and then make a top 7 cut, and then to have just 4 boats in the final. So Mendelblatt now with the purple line, the American flag, heading towards the Italian team. They've got a few meters on them, but not much. But they're on port tack.
I think we're going to see another leap out coming up. I mean, as I said, it's like 2 races in one. Mendelblatt and the Italians are fighting it out. Of course, Mendelblatt want to cross if he can, but he just couldn't. So Negri is going to tack away, and the same thing is going to happen a little bit further out.
Well, it's like the America's Cup with those 2 boats. They're lee bow tacking all the way up the beat and taking it to each other. So what we could be seeing is 2 competitions going on here. You know, the competition for first and the competition for third. So that's quite interesting, a dynamic that we hadn't predicted. And as you had predicted, the Italians tacking right away. They didn't want to be there for too long.
And also which we can predict is the Polish, they got to go early off the ley line because they know that the Brazilians are going to tag on them. So in very short time we're going to see the Polish tag and the Brazilians to tag right on them this time, I would suspect.
Okay, so fascinating racing in the middle of that very small fleet of 4 boats. The American team, Mendelblatt and Fatih, just managing to get away into the middle, and as they approach the top mark, some pretty decent tactics will be going on here, and it'll be quite interesting to see how it pays off for the Italians. You know, they're a few meters behind third place Mendelblatt and Fatih, and here they come back in for another engagement, and just a little puff could see them go ahead. We don't know. You can see the track line, which is rather interesting on Virtual Eye, and you can see it's not a straight line. These guys are just kind of curving around and curving up, and you can tell us about that, Michael.
Oh yeah, you got to steer a little bit, in the waves and in the puffs, and there is always 2 or 3 degrees wind shift. But what I'm really amazed of is the meters on the GPS accuracy. You can see if they're only 6 meters difference on them, just a leap out situation. So it means that the GPS is super accurate. If there's a 10-meter advantage, you got a boat crossing. This time we had Mendelblatt tagging, or they were clearing and actually tagging on top of the Italians. The Italians had to split again, so we're going to see same thing again. Now the Mendelblatt would like Negri to sit up on the ley line and him to choose first. As soon as he is tagged on to starboard, Mendelblatt would go out and try to cover him again and sit, either close lee bow or just on his face.
Well, fascinating stuff. A lot of dynamics and tactics going on here. And at the moment, we're looking at kind of two competitions here. And Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada crossing around that top mark first. We're going to go back out onto the water with Louis Habib. Louis, you have a very talented Brazilian crew aiming straight towards you.
Yes, we have indeed. They've opened up a 4-boat length lead on the Polish couple. The Brazilians are just going around and spread them out now. We're just going to have a look at the action on board. There's the boom going forward, the rig going forward. Bruno's getting into position to start pumping the sails down on this downwind leg, and they've got about 3-4 boat lengths on the poles. The interesting thing that Michael Hesbeck was talking about earlier in the studio about there being 2 races, he's absolutely right, but that was created halfway down the beat. What we saw on the ley line there was the Italians tacked first, and boom, there was no mercy whatsoever. The Polish dumped them straight away, slam dumping them, and then the Brazilians slam dunked the poles. So there's no mercy out here, and that's what's created that split. So we're on the downwind leg. We're going to turn the boat round and look what's going on. We've still got that extra bit of breeze here. There are some slightly bigger waves, so they'll be changing the gear from the last downwind leg, and we'll follow it. And please come to us on the boat if you want to get some eyes and ears, Big B.
Much appreciated, Louis. Thank you very much indeed. And Louis out there with a couple of Olympians, Tyler Bjorn and PJ Postma, giving him some inside information as to what's going on out on the racetrack. Well, we have super accurate GPS information here in the studio. We're in Nassau Yacht Club. Next to me is Michael Hesbeck, a 4-time Olympic sailor, and he's been racing out here for 4 days. You've just come off the water, and I can tell you it's exciting stuff. Boats beginning to stretch out, and here are the Brazilians, Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada, and right before our very eyes, they are beginning to stretch out a big lead.
Yeah, they are stretching out. I think it's going to be hard for the Polish to catch up on that, and I think we'll see the Brazilians tag in. They got enough lead so they can tag in on there what they think is the right ley line, and it's going to be hard for Mateus to cover. If he tries to cover, he'll be sailing a longer distance. So it's unless Mateus finds something out of the back, it's going to be hard to pass the Brazilians.
Well, we're showing some live boat speeds now as they head downwind, and they all head in a very straight line. Paul Kayard earlier was telling us that you don't really zigzag downwind on these boats. You just aim pretty much straight dead downwind.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of with the keel and the rudder configuration, it's kind of hard to steer too much in the waves, but you got to try and do it a little bit. But we found that, I think most crews find, that you got to steer the boat with the heel of the boat, so meaning with the crew weight more than the rudder. So it's all about leaning in when you want to head up and leaning back out of the boat when you want to head down. So you do try to steer the boat, but you do it more with the body weight than you do it with the rudder.
So you leave the rudder in a fixed position. I mean, great coach Paul Brotherton taught me that the rudder is a brake on these boats. It's kind of acts as you start yanking that rudder around, and it's braking the boat. So you're using your body weight to shift the center of effort.
Yeah, and the star is critical in that way. It's a big rudder, and every time you pull the push, for sure it's a brake, and not really a lot happens. But if you change the angle of the boat, a lot happens. It will really, if you push it to one side, it will really luff up, and push it the other way, it will bear away.
Well, John from Virtual Eye was just giving us a little distance between the leaders and third place, I think fourth place, and Scheid already pulling out over 200 meters between the guys at the back having their own little match race. So 82 meters distance now, and that's just unbelievable, is it? No one can really seem to be able to touch these Brazilians going downwind. And Paul Kayard gave us a little insight earlier, which I thought was amazing. that Robert Scheid lives on a lake in Italy, and where the wind switches round halfway through the day. So he does a couple of hours downwind sailing in his laser, goes and has a nice little lunch somewhere, on the lake shore, and then when the wind switches round, he does a couple more hours of downwind sailing. I mean, that is professional sailing, and here we go, the fruits of his labours, just a downwind maestro.
Lake Garda is ideal for that, but I think Robert Scheid learned what are the secret tricks of downwind a long time ago when he was living in Brazil. He's always been fast on downwinds. All the Brazilians are always fast on downwinds, and I think it's got to do with rhythm. They're good at samba dancing, and they're good at dancing with the boat, so there's a bit of rhythm into it, or there's quite a lot of the right moves at the right time. And but yeah, Lake Garda is good for going one way in the morning and coming back in the afternoon, downwind both ways.
Well, nice insight. Good word, rhythm. I think that's a really incisive word to describe the skills of Scheid and Prada. Now, we did actually jump on board. I jumped on board with Robert Scheid and Bruno, and we spoke to Robert a little bit about boat speed and the technical aspects of racing these boats. And let's continue to watch Virtual Eye and hear a little bit of from Robert Scheid. We're downwind. Could you give us a little indication, a little masterclass in what are you doing back there?
Yes, basically in one hand I have the rudder, which is, I control the direction of the boat. Second most important, I have the main sheet, which controls the biggest sail in the boat. So that's a very important thing. I have to keep trimming it. And in the strong winds, I have to pump it to produce more speed. I also control, in the light winds, I control the mast forward. So this is a big thing because it puts the mast forward and we generate more power on the sails for lighter breezes. And once the breeze starts to get stronger, then Bruno comes back and helps him with this. It gets pretty loaded up. I also got the Vang that controls the height of the boom. I got a Jib Cunningham, and I got the Ram that prevents the mast from twisting forward and breaking. So it's pretty important things here. I keep looking at the bow and seeing at the waves around me to try to steer the boat correctly in the waves. And I'm in constant communication with Bruno that gives me feedback on what the wind's doing, because he's standing up and having a much better view of the wind than I am. So we got to keep talking about the tactics and the pressure, and basically that's it. It's there's a lot of things, but once you do it many times and once you train a lot, then it gets automatic, and you can concentrate more on the speed of the boat.
And just compare this starboat to some of the other boats that you've sailed. I mean, the laser is as simple as you can get as a dinghy.
It is very simple, and it is very important, the balance of the boat in light winds, because there's not much you can do with the tuning. Whereas in the Star, there's a lot of adjustments that you have to be thinking about, and you have to be doing it at the optimal shape to produce more speed of the boat. So it's more a technical boat and requires a lot more refinement in tuning. Whereas in the laser, it's a boat that you have to just spend a lot of time in it and sail with it naturally.
And last question, the quality of fleet in the Star tends to be pretty high. Why is that?
Well, in the Star you got the best sailors in the world, because there are people who had already a lot of experience in all their classes, and they want to sail against the best sailors. And it's a very technical boat. It's a boat that demands fitness, but also demands a lot of the tuning, a lot of the relation with the crew, the good communication with the crew. And it's a boat that, because it's a keel boat, you have to think a lot more with the maneuver. So if you make mistakes, they will cost you a lot more than in the smaller dinghies.
Well, great insight from Robert Scheid there, rounding the gate first for the last upwind leg of this race. and Poles coming round the mark in second. But the big story is this battle at the back, Michael. Proper match race going on between the Italians and the Americans as they come steaming down towards the gate.
It's going to be very interesting. I mean, the Italians, they're sort of on the outside for the mark. They're rounding now. They're jibing onto starboard. I think they're ahead. Yeah, there could have been a situation there, but Italians are first around the mark. I don't know if the Americans are going to break off to the other mark. I think it's a little longer distance. I think the Americans are going to go take the same mark. No, they're splitting. Are they splitting? I don't know.
Okay, out on the water, Loué Habib, you are right there with a perfect view. Loué, getting exciting here. A little match race between these two teams.
Oh, it's all going on down here between Medemblat and Negri. They've now just split tacks, but they were doing a merry dance around the mark. I'm not sure what was going on there. We saw the Italians put in 3 quick jives coming to that mark. Medemblat sort of stayed more in control, but it really was carnage corner down here between those two. Not really quite sure what was going on there. But the Italians have now gone to the left, along with the Polish and then the Brazilians right up front, and Medemblat is now on the right. But talking to Tyler and PJ here, they like the look at the left. It look like there's a bit more pressure out on the left than the right. The breeze has definitely picked up. We're definitely into 12 knots, maybe even low teens. So that's the conditions out here on the race course. But quite interesting to see the split of the fleet. We wouldn't have thought they would have been this far apart in this 4-boat final. So we're going to charge up and see what's going on. But at the moment, the order doesn't look like it's changed. But it'll be very interesting to see who hits the ley line first out of Medemblat and Negri. But we've got to say that the Brazilian Scheidt and Prada, they look like they're out of sight. But you never can say never. But I would say that the fat lady's definitely tuning up for the Brazilian team. Back to you in the studio, Digby.
Thank you very much, Loué, and descriptive as always. So great battle going on for third place here. Mendelblatt and Fati, Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fati going out towards the right, and the Italians, Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi, heading out to the left. And this, Michael, is going to be the story of this final upwind leg towards the finish line of the Star Sailors League Grand Finale. And there's a lot of money at stake for these guys, and there's quite a bit of difference between third and fourth. So good battle, different strategies, different tactics. Loué, with his Olympians on the boats, thinks the right is the way to go. The Italians thinks the left is the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, I don't think there's much in it between the first and second. Scheidt, the Brazilians, is going to cover the Polish. But the beauty of the GPS tracking system is that you can actually see, even though there's a big split, there's only 10, 12 meters in it. So it's all about who gets the shift for the meeting right. And at the moment, nothing has changed since the mark rounding. There's 12 meters in it, and that was the distance at the bottom. As we come closer to the top mark, you have to have done your sort of homework right, approaching on a lift. And as I said, it's super difficult to see on the water, so you got to play the compass and hopefully play it right.
Well, earlier in the day, we caught up with Diego Negri, sailing with Sergio Lambertenghi, and these Italians have been training extremely hard, and let's hear from them. Diego Negri, sailing with Sergio Lambertenghi. Love that name. Now, you had a stellar first day at this regatta, and yesterday it kind of looked like you took your foot off the accelerator, took it a little easy. You knew you were into the top 10, but now it's all changed. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, yesterday the motivation was a little bit less. We tried some few things. It was not good. We started sailing on the left, the wind shifted on the right, and we didn't care so much. The goal yesterday was practicing a bit more in the downwind, and I think we found a better solution for our downwind. And the goal of the week was to be today in the final. So that's the game. We tried to go step by step. So starting in 10 boats and try to reach the top 7 and then top 4, and then we'll see. Maybe in 1 hour we are already in the harbour.
Well, I hope not, because you guys have trained quite hard for this regatta. You're taking it very seriously. It means, how much does this regatta mean to you?
It's very important for me. It was very important because I missed the Olympic Games, and so I had to wait 1 hour, one year and a half to meet all these friends and these top sailors and sail the Star at this level. So thanks to the Army, Guardia di Finanza in Italy, I had the opportunity to sail the national regattas, the European Championship where I won, and train hard for the event. So I think I arrived here in a good shape and good motivation, and today we see that's the end. Let's say till the next Star Sailor League final.
Well, it certainly looks that you and Sergio have got a very nice dynamic between yourselves. You know, there's a very good relationship there. We can see that around the clubhouse, and it's paying off on the water.
Yeah, absolutely. Sergio is an experienced crew and he's a very nice guy. So since we decided to have this adventure together, it was supposed to be like this, and it is how it should be between crew and skipper. Between each other, so we respect each other a lot. I'm happy about what he's doing in shore and outshore, so it's perfect. I think we are having a great time together, and that's the most important thing. Important is have fun and sail Stars. That is the best boat in the world.
Fabulous. Have a great day. Thank you
very much. Thank you.
Well, interesting there, chatting to Diego Negri. And let's have a little catch up with how they're getting on. They're tracking on port tack, and the real battle here is for third place between Mendelblatt and Fati and Negri and Lambertenghi, the Italian crew and the American crew. And really, at the moment, there's almost nothing in it. 10 meters, and they could lose that in seconds. But at the moment, the Italians are holding off the Americans, but the Americans have the far right. Michael Hesbeck, you've been out there, you've been competing against these guys, you know how good they are. Who would you like to be right now, the Italian crew or the American crew?
Oh, it's hard to say. I mean, they've been going exactly the same speed upwind. There was 12 meters at the bottom mark, halfway up the beat. There's still 12 meters. I think we're seeing a little bit of a right shift now because Mendelblatt actually passed. Mendelblatt did well in tacking well under or well before he met the Italians. He could see if he didn't do the tack, if he didn't get out further to the right, he would have been just a boat length behind. Mendelblatt tacked and extended to the right. Maybe he could actually see a wind shift, but which he's sitting in now. At the moment, it's bow to bow for that meeting.
Well, they are bow to bow, neck and neck, and Mendelblatt now tacking over on starboard, taking it to the Italians, and I'm guessing he wants to force a bit of contact here.
Now the Americans has got the serve right. They're starboard right away. They are half a boat length ahead, according to the very accurate GPS. Negri is probably gonna dock them, and you'll see Mendelblatt tack soon after.
Do you think the Americans are going to tack right on the Italians and go full-on match race for this?
I suspect the Italians to go. They can't go straight after. They'll go about 4 or 5 boat lengths after. Oh, they're gonna hit them. The Americans want to go further right.
Oh, great stuff. That is a close duel there between the Italian crews and the American sailors. We have Austin Sperry in the studio. Austin, his eyes are glued to the screen, the GPS, and Mark Mendelblatt really getting stuck in there and taking it to the Italians. So quite a nice national battle going on, Austin.
Yeah, I'm rooting for my friends Mark and Brian. We've got under 1,000 meters to go here. It's going to be interesting how this unfolds.
Okay, deep breath. At the lead of the pack, it is Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada, the most consistent sailor here at the Star Sailors League Grand Finale in Nassau. We're heading up towards the finish line, and unless something terrible happens, I think the Brazilians have got this in the bag. Famous last words. And then the Polish team of Kuzniewicz and Zicki in second place, and right behind them is a phenomenal battle for third place. There is almost nothing in it, less than a boat length, and the Italians tacking now in taking it to the Americans, and I think the Americans are going to just clear them.
Yeah, they're tacking on their lee bow, protecting the right. Classic match race here. It's going to be interesting.
Well, we have Paul Kayard. Paul has just joined us for the last few moments of the Star Sailors League. And Paul, you are a supreme match racer in your own right. We know Robert and Bruno are going to take this. We know the Poles, I think, are going to take second. But the story is this third position, this battle for third. There is nothing in it. The Americans have a slight advantage right now, but there's about a boat length between them, and they've been duking it out all the way around the track.
Yeah, and basically now with both boats flopping over onto starboard, and Mendelblatt's just slightly in the lead, and he's going to protect the right at every encounter, and he's basically going to try to shorten up this race by running the Italians out to the left side of the course, which is slightly shorter than out to the right side of the course. So the game, when you get in a match race, is to try to end the race sooner than the finish line, and you do that by getting out to one of the edges. And that's what we call ley lines. So right now the boats are sailing at full speed out to the left ley line, and if Negri tacks, Mendelblatt will tack simultaneously and keep impeding his progress to the right, and eventually there'll be no more racetrack left.
Great insight from Paul Kayard, a long-time match racer. And there they go, tacking almost simultaneously. Mendelblatt just staying on the hip, staying ahead of the Italian crews. And here we go towards the finish. The Brazilians just leading ahead of the Polish crews, and Mendelblatt now pouring exhaust down onto the Italian team. So pretty shrewd match racing tactics there from the American team. I think they've got it here.
Yeah, Mendelblatt looks well under control, and if Negri wants to just stay there in Mendelblatt's track, then that's fine with Mendelblatt. Remember, Mendelblatt was part of the Team New Zealand America's Cup team in 2007. He was the strategist, so he's done a fair amount of match racing himself, and this is textbook match racing by him.
Well, textbook sailing as well by the Brazilians, Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada. 55 metres over the next place boat, the Polish team of Mateusz Kuzniewicz and Dominik Zicki. And those guys are going to be absolutely delighted with second place at this regatta. And then this little match race going on for third position. It looking like the American crew, Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fati, have got one over the Italian teams. And these guys have had a great race, hammering around the racetrack. Just 4 boats in the grand final. We're getting to the closing stages of the Star Sailors League. First ever big showdown final, and it's been a fascinating competition, and it's quite nice to see the boats still pretty close together, Paul.
Yeah, I have to say I stand corrected. I really thought Robert Scheid was going to walk away with this, but in particular Mateusz and his crew from Poland, they did an excellent job, particularly on the first run, to make a heck of a race out of it. And Robert's going to win this championship by about 50 meters, which isn't his biggest win for sure. And it's been a fantastic race.
Well, out on the water, Loué Habib right on that finish line, and must be some pretty jubilant scenes there by the Brazilian team. Loué.
Well, yeah, Robert Scheid, Bruno Prada goes through the line, punching the air, absolutely punching the air. Fantastic display from the Brazilian team. And they're hugging each other in the cockpit. They're loving that. They're absolutely loving it. And, I don't know whether... the Polish are coming through now. There's a big handshake for the Polish team. Big grins on them. They're really happy with that. Smiling at the press boats as they come through. And Mendelblatt and Fati, they're coming through as well in good style, fully hiked out, finishing in style. Great effort from the American team. coming through the line now. Special cheer for everybody here. And only about 2 boat lengths behind them is the Italian team, Negre and Lambertini. And they're coming through. And, just to make this final in this sort of fleet, that's historic in itself. Historic, the first ever Star Sailors League final. It's gone to the Brazilians. And on that last beat, we saw a big, bright rainbow just burst into the sky. And the spot at the end of the rainbow for the 2 Brazilians could well be Rio 2016. Robert Scheidt heading there for the laser. Bruno Prada heading there for the fin. But who knows? It might just be the star. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much indeed, Louis. Phenomenal racing by the Americans because, in fact, they've just kind of clawed back $6,000 US. Fourth place is $19,000, third place $25,000, second $30,000, and these brilliant Brazilian claiming the top prize of $40,000 US. Quite a good day at the office, Paul.
Yeah, that's a great payout, and the Star Sailors League is really setting the bar in terms of what's out there and what the potential is for professional sailors. And I think everybody who participated here is extremely happy and honored and proud to have been part of this inaugural event, and looking forward to a great season next year and another championship at the end of the year.
Sweet as. Now, we had a question from Graham Bailey who asked us about Robert Scheid. Graham wants to know, is Robert more dominant having done so much laser sailing recently, do you think, Paul?
Well, I think for sure. I think Robert, as someone said, I think Hespeck just said, a lot of people took time off from after the Olympics in London last year. And Robert has been campaigning hard, training hard. His goal was the Laser World Championship, but a lot of that training and skill is transferable to the Star, and of course he has a long history in the Star, so for sure it helped him in his preparation here for the Star Sailors League Championship.
Well, also second place for Mateusz Kuznierovic and Dominik Zitsky. These Poles have done well. It's snowing at home, but sunshine here in the Bahamas, and a second place result for these guys. Another pretty decent payday, $30,000 US. A superb performance by the Polish team.
Yeah. The Poles were very relaxed all week. I was impressed. I haven't raced much against Mateusz. He kind of came along to the Star class after I basically left in 2004, but very relaxed guy, really nice guy, and obviously a big talent. A great Finn sailor. I think he might be a Finn Gold Cup winner. And what's interesting in this whole thing, even Diego Negri was a laser sailor, I think, at the 2004 games. There's a huge dominance in the Star class. It started really with Percy in 2002, where the Finn sailors, Loof, Percy, Rohart, Mateusz, and Scheidt from the laser, they've come into the Star class and they've really upped the game, mostly downwind. The downwind game has changed so much in the 30 years that I've been sailing in the Star boat, and it's just a lot more physical. And you need more sensitivity, and those sensitivities are developed in the lighter boats, because the heavy boat like the Star, it's harder to feel what makes the difference. But if your sensitivity is extremely acute, you can more easily feel it even in a heavy boat. So you're getting less feedback, but that little bit of feedback you do get, you know exactly what to do with it because you know what you're looking for. And so all these Finn and laser sailors have dominated the Star class in the last 13 years, and it's because of their acute sensitivity to the downwind performance of the boat.
Well, Mateusz Kuznierovic, of course, a gold medalist in the Finn class and a bronze medalist, and coming to the Star class reasonably recently. So, as you say, great results from the Polish sailors, and here we're looking at the Italians. I think they're going to be stoked, the Italian team, to get into that top four, and I think that was their goal, and fair play to Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi, who have also been bright around the club, and they've loved it.
Yeah, well, the Italians are always great characters, and I think you're right. As anybody would have been happy to be in the Final Four, and in the semifinal race, I think Diego was last at one point and did a brilliant jibe set move to jump from last to fourth on one run, and then went from fourth to second on the next run, and that's what got him in. So he sailed with the pressure on his shoulders today, and he had a great day.
Well, we're going to wrap it up. I should let everybody know as the boats come back towards Nassau Yacht Club in an hour or so, we're going to have a little prize-giving ceremony out on the... We'll try and stream that live. I'm not sure if we're going to get audio for that. Yeah, Chris is nodding. Yeah, we're going to have some audio. So we'll have a little live impromptu, a live prize-giving ceremony as the boats come in, and we'll see some celebrations. So come back to us in 45 minutes or so. We'll move our beauty camera around and stage that all up. But deep breath, phenomenal day of racing and a phenomenal regatta. I think the ripples of what's going on here will be felt around the sailing world, particularly in the small boat sailing world. A lot of 49er sailors have been phoning up saying, how do they get involved? And I'm sure we'll see some of those guys knocking on the door. So that is it from us, from our broadcast of the Star Sailors League Grand Finale, the first ever, and I'm sure this is the start of something interesting. So thank you very much, Paul Kayard. Thank you, Austin Sperry. Thank you, Michael Hestbeck, and thank you to Dennis Connor for coming in. A real treat for us to have Dennis with us. Thank you to Chris, our vision mixer right here, sitting next to me, and to Bridie and John from Virtual Eye, and of course Paul back in New Zealand, Paul Sharp, who did an overnight massive piece of software engineering to calculate the overall running scores as we were watching the racing, which was rather cool to see that top 10 cut. So last of all, I'd like to thank you if you've been watching over the last few days. Thank you for staying with us, and that's it from us. I think we've earned a beer, Paul, and fantastic scenes here in Nassau in the Bahamas, and we'll be back with some live streaming of the prize giving in about 45 minutes to an hour.
That's the lock, right? It's only streaming constantly. That's the other lock. Cool.
Okay, so I will move it.
You know what? I wonder whether it's even worth it.
Yeah, why?
I might just leave it like that. No, fuck it. I'll leave it. It's fine. Perfect. As long as it's see guys.
Yeah, we'll be also here, so don't worry.
Well, as soon as I can hear the audio and it's on, I can be here anyway.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Mic check 1, 2. Start seriously 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
rocking and rolling. 2. Good afternoon, folks. We're minutes away from our little prize-giving ceremony down by the pool. Wondered if the troops could rally and come down here. We've got Matthias Kaznirovic down here. We're waiting for Robert and Mark and the boys just tidying up their boats. But if we can get a crowd, an audience, just to come down towards the poolside area, we'll get a bit of atmosphere going. So a couple of minutes away from the prize giving. Everybody make their way down towards the pool, and we'll have the award ceremony as soon as Mr. Robert Scheid, Mr. Bruno Prada make their way up towards the pool. Okay folks, make your way down towards the pool, right in front of the little mini stage, the podium that we've got set up here. If folks can make their way down to this end of the pool, that'd be great. We've got the flags ready, we've got the champagne on ice, we've got the medals ready, Michelle is ready, we have the Polish sailors, they're ready. Just waiting for the Brazilians and the Americans to make their way up. You can just see Robert over there just doing his last bits of tidying away of his boats.
Come on guys, come on in, take it closer. Let's go. Boy. Hey! Jordy, that's you? Can't see you. You're awfully quiet, boy. What happened, boy? I'm awfully tired.
Okay, I think we're about a minute away from our prize-giving ceremony. Michelle's gone down there to persuade the Brazilians to come up. Mark Mendelblatt and the Polish guys are up here, so seconds away from our prize-giving ceremony. Anyone in the club, pile down towards the pool.
You gotta like the back row.
Yeah, right? So one of those two boats, you think?
Yeah.
Because we took everything off the Don.
He said it was, I think in the first couple of days. So we didn't have the bigger boat. They picked it up. Which boat it was. Oh, you didn't go on it, you just told it that.
Oh no, that's my favorite. I guess it suits them. I know. Look at this tail.
Okay, we're going to kick off our prize-giving ceremony right now. Michelle is going to escort the top 4 crews onto our little stage area. I'd like to, as they approach our little stage area, they're all giving themselves some big high fives and hugs. Just to let you know, there will be a trophy presentation tonight in the clubhouse. So the actual trophy presentation will be tonight in the clubhouse for the overall Star Sailors League trophy, and that wonderful crew trophy, the Andrew Bart Simpson Star Sailors Crew Trophy, which is rather nice, a great touch. Champagne is on ice, the medals are here, and I would like to invite, just in 1 second, Michelle's having a little chat to all the boys. Good old Michelle, giving a briefing. Know who's in charge. Okay, big hand, everybody, for the 4 finalists of the Star Sailors League in Nassau, in the Bahamas. So, 4th overall, we have the brilliant Italians, Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi. In 4th position, a phenomenal result for the Italians. They hit the deck running in races 1 and 2. Pure bullets for these guys. And 3rd position, Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Farty, the Americans. Stunning piece of match racing there from the American racers. We were watching very closely on Virtual Eye, enjoying that very much. We had Dennis Connor and Paul Kayard and Austin Sperry commentating, and it was absolutely awesome. So Maciej Kazimirovic and Dominik Zipski in 2nd place, and Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada in 1st place. So now we have some beautiful medals to present. I wonder if we'll go for the medals first. And we have Dennis Connor and Nat here to present 3rd place prize to the Americans, Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Farty. So third position for the Americans. They're pretty much liking that third position throughout the whole regatta series. And Brian and Mark, I wonder if you come along to the podium here on the third position spot. Fabulous medals from the Star Sailors League. Well done, Brian. Well done, Mark and Brian. Fantastic. Well done, guys. Now, I think we should just mention that there is a little bit of prize money at stake here. $200,000 in total. Fourth place, $19,000. So, Mark and Brian, your fabulous piece of match racing in that final race against Diego and Sergio just earned you another $6,000 for $25,000. Absolutely so superb. We'll do all that presentation later. Well done. Okay, second place overall for the Star Sailors League, the first ever grand finale in the Bahamas. The brilliant Poles, Mateusz Gazilewicz and Dominik Dziński. Well, these guys sailed a consistent series and they came out of the blue to take second overall here. Dennis Connor doing the honours with the medals, the silver medals. And I can't help noticing, folks, that there is champagne on ice, ready to roll, and there's a swimming pool just over there, just in case. And Robert, if you have a mobile phone on you, I'd give it to somebody else right now. Okay, so, second place, let's another big round of applause for Mateusz Gazilewicz and Dominik Dziński. Well, fantastic prize fund for second place, $30,000 for the Poles there, and winning this incredible regatta. A great day at the office, but there was never any doubt whatsoever throughout the whole series. Worst placed fourth in the 18 series with the 18 boats out there is the brilliant Brazilian $40,000, Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada. Well, thank you very much, Dennis Connor, for coming down here to Nassau and presenting those prizes and doing a bit of commentary. We're going to do another quick round of applause for the winners of the first ever Star Sailors League. All three teams. First, Robert Scheid and Bruno Prada. Okay, now guys, we have some national anthems. Let's bring them on. We'll start with the third place national anthem, please. Only first, we're going to have the Brazilian national anthem. Let's have a little quiet moment and respect the Brazilian national anthem. know, Bruno, you really had this regatta in your back pocket from the word go, but it took phenomenal work to beat all these guys here. Just tell us a little bit about the whole experience of coming down here and how proud you are.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the organizers. They put together a great regatta, unbelievable, you know, it was probably one of the best I did in my life. Great waters, great competitors. We're really happy that we came here, and it was a very exciting day, you know. We're doing well all week, but it's never over till it's over. You gotta still win the last race, which is extremely hard. And we had a good battle with the poles today, you know, with pretty tough, overlapping, not overlapping, and was, you know, at the end we're really happy we came in first place. But the most important thing is that the Star Sailors League is a great success, improved, and hopefully we can move forward on it. Thanks, Michelle, for your help. And hope to see you next year.
Thank you very much, Robert, and a well said thank you to Michelle for doing so much of the organising, as well as Adio Rohart and all the sailors. Okay, now we have some champagne. Let's get busy with the champagne. Let's hand these bottles out, and I can't help noticing there's a swimming pool just to our side. So Robert, if you have a phone on you, hand it over now. Okay, let's hand these champagne bottles out. Stand by, stand by. The magic moment.
Thank you.
Photographers clear the runway towards the pool there. Does everybody get a bottle of champagne? All good, one for Robert. Okay, 2 more to go. And down towards the trolley. And 1 more to go. And here we go, Dominic. All right, I'm going to stand clear. Okay, let her rip. Let's go for it.
That's like, oh, it smells like a brewery.
Well done. Okay, so one big final massive hand for the winners of the Star Sailors League.
Not bad, no? Not bad.
Heads up.
Nicely done. Thank you very much for all coming.
Metal black, get away with not going in.
Okay, that's it for the prize presentation. There'll be a dinner tonight and the trophies awarded for the overall and the top crew. That's it for our prize presentation. And just a reminder, everybody, that's going to be at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. in the yacht club.
Well done. Cool race. Fabulous.